Morning Roadblock finally caught the start of a stream today. Well, welcome Demo Pupper. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we're gonna be doing an account takeover in probably about 15 minutes or so. In the meantime, I'm just grinding up levels on the challenge account. But welcome, welcome, welcome. How you doing? How's your day going today? Also, neat little thing. I finally hit top chest in hard Hydra. Congratulations. That's huge. That's very big. I've been stuck on normal for a month, and after getting my Mithrala fully booked, she's doing great. Mithrala is so essential um, for success in Hydra, because she brings everything that you want, right? She brings cleansing, she brings hex, um, big shields. However, I lack healing for my Hydra team. Um, I'm not a big fan of her still, but Syl can provide quite a bit of healing out there. Tempted to swap out my Ancora for Wither or so. Yeah, well, Wither is a better healer than Ancora for certain. Yeah, Ancora. If you're running Ancora and Mithrala in the same team, they are a little bit redundant. I'm not a personal fan of redundancies in the game. I try not to run two champions that do the same thing. And you need Mithrala more than you need Ancora. So if you're looking, I would go Wither, I would go Syl, I'd go somebody that brings some steady healing. I am early today, Icky. I was so excited to do a takeover for somebody today. That's what it was. I don't know who that somebody is, but you know, I was so excited to do their takeover, and then they decided that they had stuff that was more important to do. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Please finish what you're doing. I actually kind of want to finish grinding. But I'll be doing a takeover for Icky in a little bit here. Yeah, Ancora's only use is revive and cleanse. Yeah, and you'll get to a point too, especially if you have good healing, where you really don't need the revive. I had no idea who would need a takeover. I mean, we all know who needs a takeover, right? I mean, that Jane guy. Ooh. Somebody's got to do something with their account. Okay, it really looks like she's going to smack. She's completely ungeared. I'm only leveling her right now. And plus, ain't Wither one of the best healers due to her A2 instantly activating? Well, I mean, she's just... Yeah, there's a lot of reasons why she's a great healer. I would say she's a better healer than Syl, for sure. She's also... Is she a cleanser as well? I can't remember her kit. Yeah. No, Wither's huge if you need that cleansing and healing. Like I would love Wither on my free-to-play account. Not this challenge. Well, I would on this too, but you can pretty much survive Hydra with just Mithrala shields if she's built well. Yes, you can, but it's not. It's harder, and this is coming from somebody who does that, right? Because some champions that are really good in Hydra are also very squishy. So like I suffer very badly from my bunny rabbit being very squishy in Hydra, and so Mithrala shields and Wixwell shields are not enough to keep the poor bunny alive, and I have to bring a reviver. Unfortunately. She cleanses, and every turn she takes, she places a healing buff on every turn. Here's one thing you have to watch out for, though, and this is the big problem. So there's the head of Mischief, I think it is, that steals buffs. So all those continuous heals are going to heal the Hydra up. So you got to watch out for that. So I would try both, because Syl is pretty good because she doesn't bring any buffs, but brings good healing. Yeah, my last run, for some reason, my presets were reset, so I only got 20 to 24 million on hard. You do not have to save the key. Don't forget that. That's a... I manual all my Hydra fights, but that's something that is a pet peeve of not only mine, but also some of the people in my clan, where people will be like, oh no, I accidentally did Nightmare. I meant to do hard, and my score is only, 10 million or whatever. I'm like, you don't have to save the key. just don't save it. Yeah, but it was indeed my first hard successful run, so I was like, man, it's fine, yeah. Alright, got event dungeon, so I'm ready whenever. Alright, give me 1 second here. It's not like I have anything I want to do that's important. Just kidding. Do I want to... What do I want to do? You know what? I'm under cap right now, so we'll save the energy. Oh, we should upgrade gauntlets. I know exactly the gauntlets to upgrade very, very quickly. I'm so sorry. Was it crit damage gauntlets that I got? No. I think it was these ones. Or did I equip them? Or am I making stuff up in my head? I thought I got, like, really good gauntlets that I was excited about. Might have been these ones. Or on a different account. It was these ones. That's right. Okay. Crit rate retail gloves. I don't want to upgrade any of... Oh, okay. 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 That's actually not great, but... Oh, I gotta take it to 8, right? Alright. I just want to get that done because I will forget. Alright. We're gonna do this. Icky, you may have already done it. Go ahead and message me your information. Code, if you will, please. I'm looking at my Discord right now, guys, so I'm not looking at chat. Bear with me a second. Just waiting for Icky to give me the authentication code. All right. How's the free-to-play going right now? Anyways, I haven't been caught up as of lately. Also, I saw your Void Shard pull video, and yikes, man. But hey, that's why we pull in 2x's rather than 10, 25x's. Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I'm not... It happened. It's a thing that happened. I'm not, at this point on my account, because if I pull during a 2x and I get another Void Nuker, right? Yeah, cool. That it's kind of shitty to complain about that, but the reality is that I don't need them at this point, you know? Sorry about that. I forgot Plarium sends it via email. Not yeah, you're good. You're good. Okay, first things first, I just want to do a quick, well, we got to do the customary must say Roadblock is the best clan leader I have ever had. Is also quite handsome with an amazing hairline. Flame Jane too. And Jane smells like an old gym sock. All right, let's take a look here. Ooh, very nice, very nice. It feels like it feels very much like my account because I have these first 6 I have, and I'm like, oh look, I'm just back on my account. But then I see the Wall Masters, and I immediately hate you. So you know, there's that. Okay, Crizia. You just built him. Ooh, Necmo, very nice. What are so just to remind me, Icky, are we doing I would say it's a late game. I would say it's an end game account. But Icky, are we focusing on Chimera if I remember correctly? Was that the plan for this? Yeah, Chimera. Okay. Oh, 300 speed. I like that. Uh, did you just get him? Do you not like him?
Shoot him, Kevin!
Hey, Shukarion, thank you for the subscription. He's new. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I was gonna pass judgment. And let's do Vault. Just look at legendaries. What Void Legos do we have? You've got Warlord, Acrizia. Wow. How old is your account? I feel really bad about my free-to-play luck right now. Because I know your account is older than my free-to-play for sure. And I've pulled more Void Legos than you have. Because you've only pulled these 2, right? Everything else here is free. I'm doing an account takeover for Icky Ray. He's a member of my clan. Every Void Lego has been Mercy. I feel terrible. I'm so sorry. Okay. So let's take a look. We're going to have a primary focus on Chimera today. Oh, I won't be able to test. Shoot. All right, well, let's take a look at what you were using as a team. So you're doing Elva, Lydia, Ninja Mikage, Wallmaster. Okay, so I'm going to tell you straight up, drop the Mikage Ninja here. So they get you more of the challenge thingies done. Acrizia in this dungeon is insane. I would go Wallmaster Acrizia. And then you kind of have a little bit of room there. So what is the problem, I would say? He does not have Newt. At least I did not see one. What would you say is causing you to fail a run? Since I can't test it. I won't be able to test it for another 18 hours, unfortunately. Ram and Viper. So, I personally... Now, Elva is amazing. The reason that everybody loves Elva here is we get a cleanse with increased speed and block debuffs, right? Speed in all battles, aura... The problem that I have with Elva in this dungeon, this is my own personal thing. Elva does not work for me. I can't get her to work in this dungeon the way that I would like because of the single target revive. And then obviously Ninja is constantly killing himself when he's on in that run. And then the Ram is going to one-shot somebody. At this difficulty, it's going to happen. The best case for them to one-shot is Lydia, in my opinion, because then you can revive her and get back on the rotation, essentially. The scary thing about bringing Acrisia, for instance, is that her A1 is enemy max HP. There's a trick that I have learned, though. You don't have... During Ram... You don't have to put decreased defense and weaken on the boss. Don't do it, in fact. If Acrisia A1's the boss and they are not under a decreased defense and a weaken, she will not kill herself. If she gets lower, she will. But I learned that in my most recent run, because Lydia was dead and I didn't put decreased defense and weaken on the boss, Acrisia didn't hit. She only hit for like 100k instead of 900k. So, yeah, and leaving people dead for Ram form is fine because you revive them and they die right away again is not fun either. Leech is another way to kind of mitigate that a little bit. And you don't have, in your version of the team, I don't believe you have a decreased speed either. Sorry, I'm looking at my name. So, because, yeah, I don't think Wallmaster has decreased speed, does he? He might. I'm not familiar with... I know he brings, yeah, block buffs, decrease attack. So, I would bring Necmo. Because you're going to get the decreased speed, right? The leech. Turn meter fill, extra turn, more turn meter fill. And so what I love about Chimera is that you have a limit on turns. And you may be like, why would you love that? That seems like a weird thing to love. But the reason I love it so much is it makes this so easy. This is a race. You are trying to... Yeah, Necmo, Lydia, Elva, Acrisia, Wallmaster would be my suggestion. Because it's a race. I bring Gwendolyn, as you know, right? I've talked a lot about her, but that's because I don't have Necmo Thar. So I bring Gwendolyn because Leech and decreased speed. Both of those ability are the only reason why I bring her. This is really, really handy and makes me save my buffs and debuffs, which is nice. But this is the main reason I bring her, because I want decreased speed. And Leech is my only form of healing on the boss, which is dangerous, of course. the thing to watch out for, and yeah, don't worry about doing damage on ram form. In fact, I would go so far as to recommend that when you're doing this, don't use decreased speed on the ram either, right? Because you want him out of that form. We don't do damage in ram form. We never will. With the way that the game is coded, there is no way to avoid his reflect damage. Any significant damage that you would be capable of doing will only kill yourself. So just stop DPS during the ram form, right? Give yourself survivability buffs. Give yourself a way to stay alive. I'd like to apply the leech, but I don't want to apply the decreased speed, so there's a trade-off there. That's up to you to decide what you want to do. But the best case scenario is that you make it through the ram form with only one person dead, and you can revive them during ram or after ram, and then get back on to the rest of the fight. Now, my recommendation would be that if Lydia can be your target for the Ram's one-shot mechanic, essentially, is what I'll call it, she's great for that, because then you can revive her, and she's not going to kill herself. She doesn't do any damage, and she can, put up... She'll bring the fear, because he can be feared, so the A1 fear will be nice. So that's kind of how I deal with the ram, right? We have to look at it as just... I don't know if you've ever played World of Warcraft or anything, but there are phases, right, where it's like, hey, we're going to pump our damage now. And then there's a phase where it's like, stop DPS. Don't do any damage, right? I think she is set to be... You can double check, though. She probably is, because she, I think you have to have... Or you have her at pretty high crit damage. I don't remember how the target for the ram works again. Let me see if I can find it. If I'm able to get boss information. This is all general. I know he targets, it's relative to crit damage, right? Or is it crit rate? I can't remember what his reasoning for targeting people is. Lowest crit damage, 5-star blessing doesn't help with crit damage, though. Yeah, that's fair. But that's just, in my opinion, it doesn't really matter as long as it's not Elva. We don't want Elva to get its lowest crit damage, says Hyper. Yeah, we just don't want Elva to die, because she is, of course, your only reviver. But so I like Necmo in there. He speeds up your team a lot. That gets you so many more turns, and of course with Acrisia, as you know, that's huge. The one thing I would consider, and I know your silver is low, and you just redid this for Wallmaster, I would heavily reconsider getting Acrisia in some type of ignore defense gear, if possible. Because you will not do max damage with Acrisia. I don't do max damage with my Acrisia, and she's in frickin' Merciless. 9-piece Merciless, and I can't do max damage because of the way that, because of how much defense the Chimera has. It's ridiculous. So, Relentless is still the best set on her. But if you can, if possible, to get Merciless, or... No, I would say, because the extra turns are nice, but I honestly think your damage will ramp up higher with Ignore Defense. I would test. I would build 2 sets, and I would test them and see which gives you more damage, if that was me. You can't hit the stats you want. Well, the great thing about Acrizia is that the only stats that you care about are crit rate, crit damage, and speed. Now, you definitely run her a lot faster, but your stats are fine in my opinion. I mean, they're very similar to mine. You only have a 1-star blessing, so you can't expect too much. You know what I mean? I'm so jealous of your Nekmothar. He's one of my... I think his kit is just brilliant. Plus, yeah, the decreased attack on the A1, too. I didn't even think about that. But that would be my recommendation for a team, because you get the leech, you get the decreased speed, which you don't currently have, so you're gonna get more time to do damage. Unfortunately, just with the way the boss is designed in the higher difficulties, Ninja, as good as he is, even with Mikage, the damage falls off very quickly. He just can't hit the levels of damage that Acrizia and Newt can hit with their enemy max HP attacks. Now, Wallmaster, while he is enemy max HP, multipliers are a thing, so he may not be able to hit the max even with your new rebuild, which I do like the build. This is not the one you did. Didn't you do one in oh, I guess you didn't put the build on. It's in presets. Okay. I do think that you're going to get a big increase in damage there. And another thing, too, you don't actually need this to hit for Chimera. The reason that I'm saying that is because Lydia brings the block buffs, and then the decrease attack you can get off of Nekmo. It'll be nice to have. I'm not saying to not build him for accuracy, but if you're worried about losing a little bit of accuracy, you'll be okay. I can't wait, and I just saw his A1 and I realized I can't wait for the Chimera specific champion, the Void. By the way, I'm making this up, but I'm sure they're going to come out with some Void champion that is immune to reflect damage on their A1 or something. Yeah, I would go accuracy on him only for Hydra, because you're not using him for that. He's not your block buffer, and Lydia is. Lydia is your high accuracy, which you're going to want to bring this accuracy up, I believe. Let me take off the chat for you guys. So you can see. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was blocking it. I don't know the accuracy that you need. 417 feels low to me for Chimera, but I could be wrong. $425 for Nightmare. Okay. Gotcha. So, but yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. So, everything else looks great. That's a great piece. Sucks that there's no accuracy on this one. You have accuracy on everything else, though. So that looks really, really good. And yeah, once you get this to re-roll correctly, I think you'll be good. Yeah, and you really don't need to land debuffs on ram form either, other than decrease attack. That's what you're really looking to land on him, so they didn't kill you. Congrats on maxing out the Whisper. But yeah, I think with your roster, I think you'll be fine. I think that's going to be a big improvement because I didn't want to use Acrisia either because I was like, well, Mikage and Ninja are so good and she'll have a cap to her damage. I can't hit it. And your account I think is a little stronger than mine. I would argue, but I don't know of very many people, even some of the really high end players that I follow and talk to, like PJ. I don't think he hits cap. He might, but it's hard to hit cap on Chimera. So that makes champions with enemy max HP like Acrisia and Nu even better because they don't have to worry about it. Yeah. Is there anything else that you would like me to take a look at, to talk about? Wait, what the? Why don't I have that? You have a guaranteed. I didn't see a guaranteed when I played this morning. Because I bet you the challenge. Let me log into the main account on my phone real quick. Because I bet you the challenge account is too low level to get a guaranteed champ like that. A Hyper, he can hit max chest, I think, on Brutal. But we kind of forced him into Nightmare this rotation, and that was my fault. Oh yeah, look at that. Guaranteed over on the main account. I wonder if I could have saved up enough ancients on the challenge account to get her. That would have been pretty good, right? If you talk about fusion wise. Oh, I guess I can't see the fusion for Mikage because you have her, but no, that's fine. I got the same chest from Nightmare as I would from Hard. Yeah, that's exactly what I was kind of telling people. We just got to be able to kill it. And I don't think that we can do that again. We got lucky. Not even lucky. Not lucky. I'm saying that we had to overcommit because I can't put 2 keys into Nightmare. That was very bad for me and my account. What else would you like me to take a look at, Icky, while we have a chance? So then I can open this up and we can to other clan members and see if anybody else wants a takeover. That's all I really needed, but feel free to look around the account if you want. Already ahead of you. So you just don't do... Oh, you do. You just like hanging out in bronze. I would never. Just saying. Doing stage 9 would have been more CVC points. How'd you do in CVC? There you go. That's a great one to dive into. Oh, okay. Yeah, you killed it. You don't need to worry about CVC points. Hell yeah. Wait, I hit 400, right? Yeah, I remember I was like 401 and I was like, I'm out. You were doing the event dungeon, right? I'm farming 23, cleared 25. All right, so it just ended. Oh, hey, congrats on the win. Do you want me to collect these rewards for you? I know some people prefer to save them. Okay. Congrats on the win. Yeah, let's take a look at that real quick. Have you seen the Mithrala Yakarl? Do you have Yakarl? Have you seen the Mithrala Yakarl team for the dungeon? Because you have the gear for it, I feel like. I've seen a couple variations, but focusing on Chimera first. That's fine. That's fair. That's fair. I just wanted to mention it because as long as you understand the concept of it, and basically it's that you just need Yakarl and Mithrala to be faster than Kaja, because Yakarl's freeze is unresistible. And so the reason that that's so good is because you can't get 3%ed. And so he will always freeze. It's 100% if they have 75% or more turn meter, which she will if your speeds are, if you're just faster than her, right? And so you can guarantee it to always land no matter what. It cannot be resisted. So Yakarl is really, really good there. You'll lock everyone out. Seer then kills the whole team, and you move on. It's a great team. I'm a big fan of it. I'm surprised that your Seer is only level 1. I feel bad. Man, you're not kidding when you talk about your Void Shard luck has been poo-poo, because my on the free-to-play account, my Seer I think just hit +2, and the main account is +4. So, all right, let me. I'm gonna block the screen real quick. Let me log off for you. That way you can go ahead and get back to playing your game. You don't like to save gems either. I just saw that as I was logging off. And then I'm going to post in the Discord and see if anybody wants to take over. In the meantime, we're going to pull the challenge account up. And we're going to get back on the grind there. So, Hyper, today's takeovers are specifically for members of my clan. But I hear you. Yeah, see, I don't have it. For Filja. My gems are a bit shot from CBC. Need to hoard resources for a bit. Yeah, I got really lucky this CBC. I think because I had so many mythical books and everything that I didn't need to. Speaking of, let me go collect those rewards. I didn't use RSL Helper. Do it on this account. No, I'm already out of the first tournament, guys. The first tournament blocked CBC as well, but that's done. So I have access to tournaments now. I just, for whatever reason, don't have access to the guaranteed one. There's obviously a level requirement associated with it, I'm willing to bet. Oh, it's the Mad Hatter one that's blocking it. That makes sense. Okay, I see what you're saying now. They don't want me to buy Ancients. They want me to buy Secrets. Alright. Shoot, I wasn't paying attention. I kind of screwed that up. Alright. Yay, I got a void. I know you guys can't see it right now. I don't feel like logging in with RSL Helper. I just want to have one account up right now because my computer doesn't like having two up. But I got a void from on the main account, which I am trying very hard to collect as many voids in the next 2 months as I can. Do I have... Nope, yeah. That's so gross. Far too many rare books in this game. I have fully booked out Kale, and I still have 24 rare books. And I don't plan to level any other rares. Yeah, I mean, I'm not against the Tagore. I don't know that I would do shield set per se. Because it really comes down to clan boss. Alice going to be the next 6-star, I think, is important for arena, which I really need, and then just general wave and damage, right? Because she's gonna smack. Plus the lockout part of her kit is gonna be really handy. But yeah, after her... Oh, good. I'm actually curious what they did in Clan v Clan. Yeah. They did lower than my free-to-play challenge account. How funny is that, guys? The challenge account got surprisingly close to 100K. I probably could have done it. I missed out on an epic book. Hang on, let me open the door for my dog. Come on. Can you open it? No? Okay. Teddy. That's a good boy. Hi. Hi. Yeah, we get you on camera a little bit there. Yeah, can you hop up? Up? Other foot. Oh. Not gonna make this easy on me. He's a good boy. He's a good big boy. There we go. We got him on camera finally. He's a good boy. He's a good puppy. Good boy. He's a good boy. Hi. He's a good puppy. Hmm? You done? Okay. Okay. He's a good puppy. That is a Bernese Mountain Dog. Indeed it is. You're offering me 50,000 subs for my dog? Um, as much as I would love 50,000 subs, I will pass. So one of the things that we're trying to set up, so since we're not doing anything right now because nobody else in my clan is capitalizing on a takeover, we can talk a little bit about. So like this is my office, right? So I have an office now. I'm sorry, buddy. He doesn't like it when I pull the green screen up and down. But like his dog bed is right. You can kind of barely see it on the bottom of the camera view there. So he was just laying there behind me. And this ledge that you see a bunch of stuff sitting on goes around the corner over here. So my plan is to set a second camera up. And then if you guys become members, subscribers on Twitch, super chat or whatever, I'll give him his treats. Now he has allergies, so his treats are vegan marshmallows, but um yeah, if anybody wants to donate, I'll go upstairs and get vegan marshmallows right now for him too. I used to have a bag standing by the computer. That is not a soccer jersey. That is a hockey jersey. That is an Alex Ovechkin jersey from the Washington Capitals. It's signed. I don't know how legit the signature is. But he did sign in the middle of the 8. I actually think it's a fake signature because I've seen his signature and it doesn't look right. But yeah, it's an Alex Ovechkin jersey. Here, let's put this down. We can do a little tour. You guys will get to see how fat I truly am. I gotta move the mic away. You might have a hard time hearing me with the mic being so far away, but so we've got a couple of things. So this is the Ovechkin jersey. And then I have a few, like this is the sword that I've shown this on camera before, but this is a katana that my wife got me. The green screen effect is going to make it kind of look weird because it's green, so you're going to see through it, but it's a Damascus. I don't know how well you can see the Damascus in there, but it's a Damascus katana. There you go. I got it for a second there. That. So you can see the layers in the steel there. Those lines. Those are different layers in the Damascus. And then I've got like different collectible figures and stuff that I eventually want to put up, like Dragon Ball Z. This is my favorite. So I love StarCraft. If you know what StarCraft is, this is I want to say Artanis, but I feel like I'm wrong. I'm put on the spot. And then I don't know if anybody here likes Gundam. Do I use the sword? No. But this is a model kit that I haven't finished yet for the Tall Geese. If you like Gundams. My favorite Gundam is Heavy Arms, and I have a model kit of him too that is finished. What's up, twin? My life for ire, exactly. So then this is the Heavy Arms one, and this one is finished. The light and the chroma key is making it maybe a little harder to see, but so yeah, that's my office. Sorry, I just knocked the green screen over. That may have been very, very loud. What's up, twin? I was just giving a tour of my office real quick. I will trade you that sword for some Pokemon collection. No dice. That has a lot of sentimental value. So my wife and I, when we, early in our relationship, I don't know if it's when we were dating or when we were married, but we watched a lot of Forged in Fire. I know not all of you are American, and I don't know if it's an international show or not, but it is a show that covers making of swords and stuff. It was not as expensive as you would think it was, or she won't tell me the real price. I'll say that. But when she got this for me, we watched Forged in Fire together, and I love Damascus. Anything Damascus, I absolutely love. And I didn't tell her to get me this. There was no like, I want a sword for Christmas. She literally just got me a sword and was like, "Hey, I know you like Damascus and Forged in Fire, so I got you a Damascus katana." For those of you that just joined and didn't get to see this yet, you can kind of see the layers. It's kind of hard to get the camera to focus on it. Even harder with me behind it. But yeah, this is my Damascus katana. And my wife bought it for me, so it has a lot of sentimental value. I wouldn't be surprised if I cried when I got it, just because it was one of those types of gifts, right? That it was one of those types of gifts that somebody knew me better than I knew myself. You know what I mean? Because like I always ask for hockey stuff, like Capitals related stuff and things like that, and she just went ahead and was like, "I know how much you like. By the way, does it keel? I got that. I didn't get it at first, but I know what you're referencing now." I was like, I read that as I was talking, and I was like, "What does keel mean?" There is no price, Hyper. There is no price. And that's coming from somebody who is dead-ass broke because he doesn't have a job and is trying to become a content creator. She really is. I can't really put into words how much I truly care about my wife. Yeah. Like, people make, like, I make ball and chain jokes, and, you know, I joke about that kind of stuff, but the reality is that she is so good to me. I mean, the fact that I am sitting here on the computer in front of you guys right now is a testament to how amazing she is, right? Not a lot of people's wives are going to let their husbands pursue their dreams. You know what I mean? Now, granted, there's a lot of advantages to me being a streamer right now because there's a lot of advantages to being a streamer right now because I can get my daughter to school in the morning. I can pick her up from school, like, you know, so that makes our, what is it, the logistics of our life easier, but not having money sucks. How would you rate Alice compared to the other freebies like Rathalos, Ninja, and Wukong? I can't rate her relative to them yet, but let's talk about what she brings, right? Ninja's on another level because of what Ninja can do to bosses and because of his relationship with Mikage in the game. You guys saw I did the Ninja account a few months back, right? And that account was able to put up insane numbers in only 2 months. So, that, which is shorter than the challenge. Ninja's on another level. Wukong is an evergreen champion. He will never not be good, and he is good for new players. He is good for mid-game players. He is good for end-game players. I would put him as number 2 on the login legendaries. Let's just rate all of the login legendaries. So I would put him at 2. I would put UDK at 3. And I know I just did a video recently calling him overrated, but again, I want to clarify. I'm not saying that his kit is overrated. I'm not saying that he is not a good champion. He's an amazing champion. I was simply saying that people put him on a pedestal, but still, he is an amazing support for early game content. Huge shields, healing, can solo stuff, does good damage too. If you ever built him for damage. So, yeah, I think I would go UDK. Rathalos I would put 4th because he can smack. I think people forget how good he was. And going back to that free-to-play challenge last year when we were all using him, he brings a lot to the table. He really does. He's a great champion. I don't know Alice for sure, but even if we take the damage out of her kit, block skills, or putting skills on cooldown, I should say, insane. Dramatically underrated how impactful locking people out can be. If you've watched me do any of my stuff with my Skinwalker team on the main account, and locking people out with Basher. It's nuts. Wukong is a threat to everybody, but you lock it if you lock him out before you kill him and he comes up back to life with full turn meter and all he can do is A1, he's not a threat anymore, right? So Alice having that ability, I would put up there, and then I would say, probably Deliana would be next. I would put Deliana over Loki. Then I would go probably Loki over Skeletor over Adolin. And I think that's all of them. I can't count Alexander because I never got him. Oh, I forgot about Artak. You're right. I would put Artak under Wukong but over UDK. Because HP burns fall off in this game in other than Ice Golem. But burns do fall off as you progress. But Wukong never falls off, I feel like. You might get somebody better than him, but the concept of him doesn't fall off. And ignore defense champion. I always forget about Rhonda, too. I don't know. Maybe I should make a video on this. It could be a pretty good video to collab with somebody on. I don't know who I would want to reach out to for a collab on that.
Shoot him, Kevin!
Hi, Wheelie Bin 87. Thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate that. That's a huge help for me. Tell you what, we were talking about it. Let me go real quick. I know this is a great way to say thank you to membership by going AFK, but I am going to go get the marshmallows for Teddy and then give him a marshmallow because somebody became a member. I'll be right back. Teddy! Come here. Sit. Shake. Good boy. He's like, thanks, Dad, and then leaves. No more. No more. Very, very good dog. He's great with my daughter. Yeah, like, I'm not saying he's terrible. He's great at soloing Ice Golem hard. For me, though, for wave clear, until Thor, who hits harder than Wukong, until I got Thor, Wukong was my wave clear guy. And eventually you do get away from using burns in Hydra. You just get more damage from other sources. Although I am trying to build Saoirse on my main. I like her rework. I think she's a lot better now. Before, she was a glorified Mordecai. Have been watching your content for a while now in the background. Hope you start making real progress in your journey to be a full-time content creator. I appreciate that. Thank you for the well wishes. I am working harder than I ever have before to try and achieve that goal. I can't say enough great things about Colred and the collab that I did with him and how much advice and coaching he gave me. I mean, well, I'm not kidding when I say that we talked for like an hour after the videos were over, and we just talked about how to make a channel successful. We talked about game stuff. We talked about free to play. We talked about life. I mean, we just, yeah, great guy. I had a great experience on that, and that really kind of opened my eyes and my approach to the content creation quite a bit. Alice confirm 12-3 brutal. I don't know what that means, sorry. Can farm? Yeah, like the only reason that I put Artak a little bit lower on the list is because of how quickly he kind of falls off into the end game. She can farm. I mean, we're gonna be able to test her here pretty soon. We're getting very close to. I'm gonna need some food for my food, so we're getting very close to 6-starring her already. I'm probably just gonna use all of my gems today to get food leveled up because I'm falling behind in the challenge. Several people have 2 6-stars and I don't. Or 2 rank 6s, I should say. Which I guess is the same thing. Yeah, a lot of people. So I am behind right now. And I should be gold 1 by now too, which we're gonna. I need to level her first, and then build her, and then I should be able to hit gold 1. I am curious with Kale and her both 6-stars, what I can do in Nightmare. I'm gonna need better gear, of course, but oh, guys, I gotta show you something really cool too before after this run here. Should I get 6-star Alice or 6-star Fane for Clan Boss in my new free-to-play account? Ooh, okay, well, okay, your question is very specific. So, if your focus is Clan Boss and you want somebody for Clan Boss, I would say Fane. However, I think Alice is the better choice to 6-star for all-around content. So, not sure who to 60 on my alt next. Vizix, Ninja, Tio, and Alice. Too many good options. What a weird problem. It's 100% Ninja. Fane needs a good team / gear to survive as well, but if their new free-to-play is using the promo codes and everything, then they should have Tagore and Ugo. And they probably have Dawncaller, which is a lot of support, healing, and ways to keep her alive. So, again, if the focus is... Like, if you're asking me who is better for Clan Boss, the answer is Fane. If you're asking me who's better all around, it's Alice. But yes, Fane is very squishy. The one thing I will say that I love is that nobody can take away that I was the second person to complete Brutal Campaign. I will forever have that title. Between Alice and Wukong. I'm not saying that Alice is going to be terrible in Clan Boss at all. I'm not saying that. And Brimstone is a factor, but if I remember correctly, Fane brings decreased defense and weaken, right? So we're talking about increasing the entire team. I might be wrong about that. I don't know I don't have the kit memorized. Between Alice and Wukong, and attack down, yeah. If I could have picked who my login legendary would have been between Alice or Wukong, I would have gone Wukong. And I want to explain. There's several reasons why I would say Wukong. I will not say that Wukong hits harder. I will not say he brings more utility. I think they both hit hard and bring proper utility that is beneficial in many different areas of the game. Let's be perfectly clear about that. I don't think it's a comparison of damage. My thing is that Wukong is spirit. And that is incredibly good for this challenge in particular, because magic, void, magic. Literally, my entire Clan Boss team, except for one void champion, are magic champions. Alice being magic sucks for this challenge. So, but Wukong and her bring a similar thing. Oh, I wanted to show you. Let me show you real quick, guys. You may have seen it. That's crit damage. Whoops. 6-star crit damage reaction amulet for my Alice. That's so good. The blessing for Alice is a factor, though, and I do want to point that out. So, like I said, for me, it comes down to an affinity thing, because if you hit the force boss on Clan Boss, you're cooked. Like, I finally was able to do Void, and I don't know if you guys remember how much damage I did in the video yesterday, but I did 3.72 million on my first key. On 3 keys yesterday, I was just under 7.7 million So I'm already on track for a 9 million run. Because it's a different affinity. Oh, speaking of, let's go ahead and use another key here on hard. We'll talk through it a little bit here. Roadblock Pie asked how long you're streaming for in Discord. Let's see, it's 11. So 12, 1, 2, 3 more hours from right now. You guys see what I'm saying? Where I don't think I need lifesteal anymore. Because, like, watch Ugo's HP. Ugo does not have lifesteal. Yeah, I mean, Ugo's practically full HP right now. In fact, that just topped her off. The heal from Dawncaller. What would you say is less fun in Raid? The early game grind or the late game live arena? Oh, that's a... I'm going to get heat for my answer on that. And I'm going to say it's live arena. But I mean, you got to understand, I have such a passion for early game Raid Shadow Legends. Like, this is so much fun for me. It's really enjoy, like... I get a lot of fulfillment out of playing early game and finding shortcuts and little ways to improve my team and get better. The first 2 to 3 months is the most fun in Raid. All right, cool. Yeah, I kind of feel that same way. Like, did you guys remember watching the Ninja account videos that I made? And then how much joy I had doing that? And then it fell off real quick. Yeah, I mean, we're not even a week in yet, right? It's 1 week tomorrow that we've been playing this game, or this account. I'm about to have 2 6-stars. Doing hard clan boss, like it's, well, I don't know, it is not exactly super great. So Ugo's healing does fall off a little. The extra healing, he's going to heal a lot more when he's leveled. So I may have to wait until Tagore is leveled to get enough healing between him and Ugo to keep us alive. Mid-game is the part I hate most. Grinding gear and food and books just takes forever. Can I tell you something that they need to change? They need to get rid of the 500 campaign battle mission. Quest. The monthly quest to do 500 campaign battles, they have to get rid of that. I can't do it. I know Takeover's A3 can be used. I have a shield from him, and I'm specifically saving the cooldown because of this. So this little interaction that we're going to get right here. If it wasn't on such a long cooldown, I would use it for a little bit of extra shielding. But it would override... what's his face's shield? Taragi's. Chixindi, I'm just gonna say Chindi. That's just a habit that I can't unbreak at this point. You're right. I could just click the boss, but I am a creature of habit, so. Now, Sabbatha comes out of the team, unfortunately, for Alice when Alice is built, because with Brimstone, Alice will do far more damage than the extra turn or so I'm gaining out of having Sabbatha. So I lose my increased attack, but I still think that she's worth having instead. All right, so I think that's food number 3. Is this guy? No, this is food number 4. Ugo does not bring increased defense. She brings increased defense. That's what I'm saying. I'll lose probably a turn or two in the whole fight without that increased defense. But I'm probably gaining 3 million in damage. Well, that's exaggeration. I'm selling her too much. We'll probably say, you know, 2 million in damage, we'll say. Did he hit? No, he didn't yet. 3.2 billion damages. $1 million. Like, I'll miss the increased defense and I'll miss the increased attack for sure. But I can't see myself not bringing Alice. And I can't not bring Tagore. I could not agree more on the 500 campaign battles. The amount of energy I put into that just for slow leveling and mystery shards. Well, so Alex, like on my main account, I don't level champions in campaign anymore. Like I don't have I don't have anybody to build right now, and B, when I do want to build them, I'm leveling them in Minotaur to get the masteries once they're 6-starred. So, and I'm feeding them chickens. I'm not even farming food for them anymore. Like I literally just have an inventory full of chickens. And so I completed all of my monthly missions and had 300 campaign battles to just run. I literally just threw in a bunch of champions just to level them up. It's just such an annoying thing to have to do. And And it's keeping me from big stuff. It's keeping me from a void shard and a sacred shard. You just reminded me about it. I gotta set up some multi battles real quick. Oh, I forgot to run my clan bosses. Hang on. Like, if they did something like complete 500 battles, cool, right? But forcing me to do content that is old, I have a hard time getting behind that. Okay, let me figure out my life here real quick, guys. All right, so I need one more food. So I need a 3-star to become a 4-star that I can then level. He's out. She's in. And we need to do another 3-star here. So we'll go there. You could run normal campaign and lose some XP for that mission. Yeah, so I was actually farming, like, I had been doing Nightmare campaign with not to complete the quest. Thor is so good, I've been farming Nightmare. And I had to drop down to Brutal just to get him, just to get the mission done faster. Svatas, today I'm only doing takeovers for members of my clan right now. Unfortunately, none of my clan members are taking advantage of the opportunity, but they will be. One of them will be free in 15 minutes, so. Oh, you're Svaka. Oh, yeah, I literally just replied to you in Discord. Yes, are you ready right now, Svaka? All right, go ahead and message me your information in Discord, and I will log over. And then let me do this. Hey, Jane, did you see that who left the clan? I actually, when they left, I thought you kicked them. but then they messaged me and said they left. They felt bad that they didn't put up a big enough score, so they left. Alright, I need to set up all of these campaign battles very, very quickly here. Let's just level up a bunch of friggin' 3-stars. I don't care. All right. No more. It's not your clan, Jane. Granted, it sucks as a leveling system, I will admit, but it brings you back to your roots. I'm not saying to not do campaign. I'm saying just don't make it a quest. Because I still use it too. Especially like if I was doing this fusion on the main account, I'd be using it to level up champions right now. Like I totally get it. I'm not saying that to take campaign out or anything like that. I'm saying that there is a quest to do 500 campaign missions. And on my main account, I have 1 day left in my month, and I have not done. I've done like 250, right? And then on the free to play, I've done. I'm short on the free to play too. I need to do a bunch over on that. I really want to get this chick to 3 stars. And then I'll do the takeover. Because she's the next 4-star food, so... Alright, so just a few more runs, and then we'll call it. And we'll swap over. Do you know roundabout what stats reach Newt's max damage cap? I know it changes based on location, but generally. No, I do not. Crit damage is the thing that's gonna help you hit the cap. On any fight you do, you'll probably hit cap except for the highest difficulty of Hydra. Unless you're probably about 300 crit damage. I don't know that you can hit cap on Chimera. No disrespect to you. I don't know your account, but I can't hit cap on Chimera with Newt or Acrisia. And Acrisia's in frickin' Merciless gear. 2025 is going to be chalked with exciting games. Doom, The Dark Ages is one I can think of right away. Yeah, I've never been a big Doom guy. I mean, I actually really liked the original Doom, but I've never played any of the new ones. No, I don't think I can either. Just debating putting in ignore defense sets or leveling the build as is. Or leaving the build as is. For 99.9% of content, you will not need him in ignore defense. The only area where I think you would need ignore defense is Chimera. So, take that as you will, right? That's important to different people and different reasons. So, all right. So she's the last 4-star. I forgot for a second you can change your in-game name, and I was like, you're not in my clan. All right. Oh, man. I need to make it a rule when I do takeovers that you click all the red dots before I log in. Ugh. All right, Svaka, what would you like me to take a look at for you today? Where are you looking for help? And while you wait to tell me where you'd like help, we're going to take a look at the roster here. Oh, he's a mythical. I was like, wait, I know this guy is good. What is he? You're looking for PvP improvements. Don't look at Ashnar. Why? Is he not geared? That's fine. Oh, he is a bad mythical? I didn't know. I thought the kit looked good on paper. AoE HP burn with a weaken, fills all turn meters. Burn activation. Reduces their resistance. And turn meter fill. He may not be damaged. This is huge support for Hydra, though. This is the part I don't like. They can't do this. They need to stop doing this. They need to stop making kits that work off of each other in the different forms. Because you can't use both forms in a fight. The only place you can use both forms is Amius, because he forces you to switch, and so you get to use them for free without having to do the switching back and forth yourself and losing some of the efficiency. Gikutsu, thank you for the follow over on the Twitch side. Maybe I will say this. The mythicals that I have, I don't get to I can't do a setup on one form and then follow through on the setup on the other form. I'm either too slow or too underdeveloped as an account. I don't know. Maybe if you're super fast, high speeds and whatever, but yeah, I get irritated by that. What's up, Dave? How you doing? Okay, sorry. We're getting away from the takeover here. So we're looking for arena help. Can't kill a Wukong. Yeah, I don't think this guy's PvP, man. This feels like a Hydra champion, and that's about it in my opinion. I don't think he's gonna be your solution in PvP. Let's take a look here at your Rhodos. And we'll put chat up. Well, I don't think we need to. Everyone's in YouTube right now. So are we talking regular arena? Are we talking live arena? I mean, your roster is stacked, sir. Okay, well. Yeah, we need to get you out of this. So you are doing something that makes a lot of sense on paper, and your account is beyond this. The reason... There you go. You did it with Cupidus. Rocking crit rate gloves, I don't believe that your account is at that level anymore. I mean, we are Gold Arena, right? Live Arena, you're Silver 2. You are leaving so much damage on the floor if you're using crit rate gloves on your nukers here. Now, you did it on Cupidus, but and you're hitting reasonable totals for crit damage. Like, I'll give you that, but you're also way over crit rate. So 118% crit rate is too far over the crit rate cap, right? Over here we've got 100, but then yeah, only 205% crit damage. You could be getting a lot more than that out of crit damage gloves. 23 million silver. This is pretty good amount of silver that you have saved up right now, but I think 200 crit damage is pretty low, if I'm honest. Because I saw Icky say that it's reasonable, but I know how much more that he can get out of that. I don't run. All right, we're gonna if I have time, Kikutsu, I will. Let me log on to one of my accounts here. I may have to log out of yours and log back in because RSL Helper doesn't always like being opened after the game is open. It's unfortunate you didn't go for the Ancora fusion either, because getting that Narcissus is really, really good. All right. So let me... I'll do my free-to-play account. And the reason I'm going to do that is because I don't want to have to compare you to, like, you know, a 3-year spender. I can compare you to my free-to-play account, which everybody should be able to achieve. That's only, you know, a year and a half old now. I didn't see Noelle, but I wasn't looking for her either. All right, now this is my account, so I can actually claim all this. And quick reminder, when we do account takeovers, that none of this is meant to be insulting. None of this is meant to be negative. We're trying to help. We're trying to support. We're trying to educate people on stuff that they may not be aware of, familiar with, things along those lines, right? So I'm gonna click my red dots. I don't have to click. I can't. I'm not gonna click all yours, but I'll click mine. So, well, I didn't mean just for you. I just meant in general because we're gonna have a couple takeovers today. But sometimes those hard truths are the most important thing to hear. So, we're gonna look at my nukers here, right? So, crit damage gloves on Nice, crit damage gloves on Thor, crit damage gloves on Wukong. Even my nukers that aren't built right now, or aren't built very well, crit damage gloves. Crit damage gloves. Now, in some cases, I needed to get crit rate to roll on those gloves to make them viable. Right? But crit damage gloves on everybody. That, where's my newt? Crit damage gloves. Even Odin was in crit damage gloves until yesterday. And we rebuilt him on stream yesterday. I think Rathalos is in crit damage. Yeah. So, like, crit rate on her, she is not built. Right? This is not gear that you want for a Supreme Elhain. The rabbit is in crit damage gloves. Seer, crit damage gloves. So just to kind of put it in your head as to what your opponents are doing in arena, whether it's live arena, whether it's regular arena, that is what you're up against, and you want to be competing in that same vein. I love how I'm just gonna play my account right now. Sorry, let me get my red dots gone, and then you can get my full attention. I promise. Now, you know what? I will say that you might be doing better than me in some other parts of it, though. Your speeds. So we've got 208 speed. What's your Narcissus? 206 speed. Okay. HP on the chest. Speed on the boots. Okay. Crit damage. I notice you don't have a lot of accessories leveled. That would be why. Okay. I'm going to show you a team, Spaka, that you may not be familiar with. Well, in fact, I know you're not familiar with it. After I click this battle. What's your Sand Devil doing? Oh, okay. All right, you have a Sand Devil team. I mean, you literally right here, this is your Sand Devil team. So, I highly recommend that you get into Shogun and Sand Devil, and I'm going to show you those teams really quickly over on, this is my free to play. So again, I don't know how long you've been playing Svaka, but this account turned 1 year in September. And so if I go in here and show you my dungeon teams, so Sand Devil team, right? I mean, you've probably seen this team, Newton, Godseeker. You just have to make sure that Godseeker is in regen gear. Helps if you can get her in this second gear as well. And she just needs enough HP to survive his hit after the big nuke. She dies during the big nuke, needs to survive after that. Newt needs to be just tanky enough, but that's usually easy to hit so that he also doesn't die until the big nuke. And then they just revive and come back. This works on any stage. Takes a little longer on Magic Affinity, but should still work just fine as long as he doesn't get critted. Phantom Shogun's Grove, easiest boss in the game. Easiest, but farm it. Farm regen. No reason not to. Just make sure that you're setting. You talked about cell settings. Make sure you're careful to bypass, like, take every piece of regen you can get and figure out a way to fit it in there, right? That's an important part. But this is the easiest boss in the game. You may not have seen this team. I'll even do it on Super Raids. I don't care. So that's all rares. Now, yes, 4 void rares, admittedly, but still, all rares. While this plays out, because I really don't need to go into it too much, there's a lot of videos. I've made videos on it as well. The hardest part about this team is getting to stage 25. That is the hardest part about it. Because this speed tune that they are in works on 25, but it doesn't work on the lower difficulties. So you have to manual it, and you may have to get a little lucky to get through some of the stages. But it is doable. and it's one of my favorite teams. I have it. This is the same team on my main account for Shogun. This team is why I think they don't do Shogun tournaments, because the boss is too easy. It's free rewards. Lucas, I'll show you the newt speed in just a second. We're doing an account takeover at the moment for one of the members of my clan, so and there you go. Easy peasy. Minute 35. Very consistent, right? That was 35. Fastest was minute 26. Get those big rewards. Get the reroll dust. Very, very easy team to build. If we look at my newt's speed on this account is 197. Like, it's not... He's not built crazy or anything to be able to do that, to do Sand Devil there, guys. Very, very easy to do it with a Sand Devil, Godseeker and Neri. And let me show you the Godseeker gear too. Now, you will notice, like, I need HP. I'm not going to sit there and say, like, you know, this was the easiest thing in the world to build, but 226 speed, that's not anything crazy for a Godseeker. Regen gear, speed on the boots, HP on everything. This actually rolled attack. But yeah, speed and HP percent gear is what I kept, and it's what I put on. HP on the gloves. I saw this on Icky's account too, and it's something that I think it's a personal preference, but I like to have one defense chest. One between my gloves and my chest for any champion that doesn't need crit rate, crit damage. I want, if they're a support and you want 8 survivability, I don't want 2 HP. Like, I don't want HP gloves and HP chest, and I don't want 2 defense. I don't want defense gloves and defense chest. I want 1 HP and 1 defense, and they're interchangeable. So that's a personal thing. That's a me thing. That's not a thing that, you know, a lot of people can disagree with that, but I feel like you get more survivability that way than if you went all HP. So you'll notice that this is a defense percent chest. And then I did stack HP everywhere else that I could, just to kind of keep her HP values up, because this is a percentage. So I want the heal to be better. That's why I went with more HP, but I also need to survive the hit. Let me know, Slaka, if you want me to run that team, the new Godseeker team, so that you can see how it works, but it's pretty easy. It sounded like you were familiar with it, so we don't need to dive into that too much. So for PvP, I'm completely gonna chalk that up under not rocking the crit damage gloves. You're leaving a lot of stats on the table there. I would also build your Rhodos. Alex, if the A3 is the one that kills, yes, but we're not mitigating that. Do you know how the team works? Thank you, Demo Pupper. I appreciate that. If you're not familiar with how the team works, I'd be happy to show you. Because they die. It's designed that they die to the big hit. And I thought that was his A3. I could be wrong. Okay. So I like my Rhodos with more HP than what you have. I usually run my Rhodos with an HP banner. Now, I don't know if that would get you more speed potentially. Like, Oh, you don't have any HP banners, so that doesn't matter. Good banner then. But yeah, keep in mind that Rodos's damage is also attack and HP. And so I like him to be a little stronger. I like your blessing choice on him a lot. I think that's a good choice for a Rodos with the way that his kit works. Personally, for me, I think having cast is fine, but I personally like... I don't have Narcissus myself, but I like Soul Reap. Although Soul Reap is probably ineffective on him because I think shields are still going to exist on the champions, right? Does he ignore them or do more damage? He does more damage. Yeah, so I would probably do Soul Reap, but that's not a big deal. Let's see if what kind of build I can get on your Narcissus. He ignores shields completely on all his abilities. Okay, gotcha. Alright, so if I did crit damage gloves, I would want them to have a crit rate substat. I don't think we get enough value out of Cruel. So I would probably lean into the Stone Skin. Wow, both of those rolled like ass. Any speed? What equipped? For fitting room purposes, we're going to use this. Let me see if this one happens to have HP on it. It does not. Narrow it down to a chest. I guess we could take off speed and just look for something that also has crit rate. I would probably go with this for now, simply because we do get to complete the Cruel set. Okay, so we're at 73. So for the rest of this gear, we need to come up with 15 more crit rate, essentially. So we're going to look for crit rate, crit damage, speed, and HP percent. These would be perfect pieces. So this is an amazing piece. Now I'm going to lose crit rate, but this piece is too good for me to pass up because it has HP percent for Narcissus, which we want, and speed. So no, Svatis, I don't. Sorry, Svaka. I do sometimes, but for the most of it, I tend to free play it. Now, are those your best boots? Let's double check here. So this will get you crit rate back, and it has HP percent. These are actually far better for your Narcissus than they are for your Rodos, because they had that HP percent on them. So now we're getting closer, right? 23% more crit rate. Crit rate, crit damage. We're looking for Savage here. So priority stats are now crit rate. You have the best crit rate helmet. Crap. Okay. Can I take either of these? Can I take these 2 helmets to 12? Level up anything you want. All right. Damn it. Wow. That is rude. All right. Oh, this weapon has no crit rate. Good to know. What if I take off the crit damage requirement that I put on there? And let's see if we can just get a stat stick. There we go. Well, that solves all of our problems right there, right? And that's actually a really good piece for your Narcissus, right? So we're at 98%. And I don't think we need to take Ninja's helmet off, right? Because I'm sure Ninja's used pretty good elsewhere. So this gives us a little too much crit rate. HP percent though. So that's really good. I'm going to... Okay. Alright, so we're 5 over. So what happens if I put the crit damage limitation back on? And we try to find a piece that will fit there. That's too much crit rate lost if we do that. Are one of these helmets potentially better? No. So we'll sit with this. And I'm sure you're saying, well, my Rhodos is losing a lot of gear, but and we are losing a little bit of HP. But we also don't have some of the enchants and stuff on it. This is not my account, Sean. This is a takeover for another account. But this would be my build. Now, you are less HP, but you gained 27% crit damage. You can still top that one off with the Ascension and level this and ascend this to crit damage as well and get a big chunk there too. So, also, none of these are boosted for HP percent. So, you're going to talk about getting a big boost in those first 2. You can ascend this, of course, and eventually get better rolls on these as well. So let's go to our rings. We'll include equipped so I can see what you currently have on. If we do, so HP ring. Dang. So it's a 5-star ring. Don't rule out either of these rings. First of all, reaction is very, very effective in Arena. And while there is no HP percent on this, or this one, which is very unfortunate, this one didn't roll like anything crazy for HP percent. Oh, yeah, there you go. So you would use this ring. So obviously take that to 16. I'm not going to do that. Your silver's at 20k. That's a little lower than I would like. So then we have this HP one versus this one and this one. You want to level this one. Again, we'll take this one to 12. That doesn't cost that much silver. decent rolls. I would have preferred to get speed there. We did lose a lot of speed in the build, which sucks. But it's, I don't know. Maybe that's too much speed lost with this build. It is really slow. And that neck is fine. So it's up to you if you're comfortable running this slow. I don't know what team you're running him with, if you're giving him turn meter boosts and such. Unfortunately, you don't really have the gear to be faster. Because, I mean, I found speed on 3 of these items, too. So you need to ask yourself, I'm going to save this as a preset for you. And what I think that you should ask yourself when it comes to the speeds of the champions is, right, like, do they have the support? So what I mean by that is, let's look at your arena team. Wait, what does he do? Okay, so we don't have Armands. How fast is the Arbiter? Oh, hell yes. Does he give turn meter too? Oh, you need to build her, my friend. I'm sure you probably just got her. Okay, so I don't know how long ago that Narcissus was, that the thing was happening with the Narcissus. So she doesn't need to be fully booked to do what I'm trying to have her do. Oh wait, yes she does. That's stupid. They shouldn't put that buff debuff chance there. Okay. That is kind of dumb. Well, I'm sorry about that. Warlord better be super fast and highly accurate. Am I crazy? Where's he at? Oh, he's not 60. Yeah. All right, well, let's run this team. I'm assuming you do this. So here's my question to you. Okay? In what... Which is his big hit? It's this one, right? Okay. With the build that you have and the decreasing of turn meter and the boosting that you're giving Narcissus, like maybe you didn't have that boosting before. Does that make sense? Or are you worried about the idea right now is that if I don't kill in one hit, they are locked out and I reset my spells. Absolutely, this is a great strategy. My point is that I guess my point is that Narcissus is not under threat if they cut in and they're locked out. Does that make sense? Like your argument was Narcissus would be too slow and they would cut in, but if you're locking them out and you're getting 2 turn meter boosts on Narcissus and you're already winning the speed battle, you see what I'm saying? Like this one, you just lost the speed battle. You can't do anything about that. No changes to this other than speeding up your Arbiter, which you can't do, I assume, fixes this. Unfortunately. That's okay. You have to be okay with that, right? You're not going to be able to win every single fight, but you have a very fast Arbiter. You're a faster Arbiter than what I have. This is the, no, it's this one. Yep. This is the lockout. Yep. And the hit. There's a problem, right? Yes, your Narcissus is faster, but 20% crit damage. Does that kill Pythion? We don't know. It doesn't matter, right? Cooldowns are reset. We can try the lockout again. We give the turn meter boost, and we just blow them up again. This is a great team. Great team, fundamentally. It is entirely reliant on you winning the speed battle, though. So that's one of the things to keep in mind, right? Because if you lose the speed battle, you're going to lose the fight. And there's nothing wrong with go second teams. Like you could build Narcissus and Stone Skin. If you have, I don't think that you have the Stone Skin accessories. You've only got one, and it's a resistance banner. So, you know, you would need accessories because you still need Ignore Defense gear on him. I should have lost to that Pythion and tried it again. I should have took the L so that I could try again with my build on Narcissus and see if it mattered. But what we're talking about, so my build, if we come in here, reset manager, try on. Let's be fair. I don't want to waste your... You may have a need for your speed glyphs. Let's assume 3 on all of these, right? So 3, 6 more heat. Nope, no speed there. So +3 here. and another 3 here if that doesn't give you a roll into speed. So 6 more speed. So let's just say 186 speed. It is really slow. Yeah. Do you... We can't... Do you do... lethal gear? You only got 2 pieces. His Arbiter is quite fast. I think his Arbiter is faster than mine. His Arbiter is 337. My Arbiter is 325. I would try to find a build for Narses that you're comfortable with that can get crit damage on the gloves. I mean, I was being a little greedy in my build. What if I wasn't greedy? What if we did crit damage? We don't do crit rate on the gloves. We'll just do these. Now, again, the crit damage is going to be way lower because these are not 6-starred, right? No, that's... Okay, so then if I do crit rate, equipped shield, your highest crit rate shield. With speed. That's still a loss. Oh, no, we don't need it to be savage. Okay, cool. So let's do highest crit rate shield. We take off the set filters, and you already have it. Okay. Damn. Well, then the other thing I would try would be an HP percent chest with speed and crit rate and your highest crit rate possible. And it doesn't get you anywhere close. We can't do those. So let's put that shield on then from Rhodos. And now we have 5 pieces of Savage, right? So we can look for crit damage with crit rate and speed. And your highest crit rate. Yeah, it's tough. It's really tough. Some of these need to be leveled, but... Is it possible to make this work? What's up, Cougar Nation? How are you doing? Well, my coaching advice is still the same, that I would like to see your Narcissus in crit damage gloves, and I'm in my own clan, Cougar Nation. I would work in that direction for getting your nukers into crit damage gloves. Lethal makes it a lot easier when you get to that point. So keep farming that lethal gear, because you can see that allows me to get more speed, because I can sacrifice some crit rate there and hit those speeds on my account. Just like here with my nice. 226 speed. I'm very happy with that. 250% crit damage. And he's an HP-based nuker, so this is very similar build. Keep in mind these two pieces are stat sticks, right? So there's probably a version of that gear that we were doing that can get you faster speeds and more crit damage. So Cougar Nation, what that's saying is I'm doing takeovers for my clan, which is Roadblocks Vanguard. And so the guy that I'm doing a takeover on, Spaka, this is his account right here, and he is in my clan, Roadblocks Vanguard. So, okay. And he's over on YouTube, which is why I turned the chat back on, since you're over on Twitch, on my screen, so you can see what they're saying. But yeah, is there any other area of the game? So what are we doing for? Okay, good. Yep. Basic, but great team. Yeah, like that. Any questions about Hydra? What did you do on Chimera? Looks like you did hard and normal. Do we have Mikage yet? I don't think so. Bring Newt. Bring Newt instead of Ninja. So in past dungeons, enemy max HP, sorry, not past dungeons, in past clan bosses, meaning single target clan bosses, enemy max HP champions have okay. I mean, if you tested it, then you have my full faith. I legitimately find that kind of surprising that he, without Mikage, was able to put up more numbers, but you are doing a lower difficulty, so that could be a trade-off, because you're doing lower enemy max HP damage because of the lower max HP. Like my Newt and Akrizi are hitting for 900k a hit when all my debuffs are up. So that could be that, because you're doing a lower difficulty, that Ninja would scale better. So that's a possibility. Faster dungeon teams or Doom Tower progression. So what have you cleared Doom Tower? So not hard. You have not cleared hard. Okay. You can clear normal, and you're stuck in Doom Tower hard. What do we use for Doom Tower hard? Let's take a look. You have not done Doom Tower. One thing I'm going to tell you right away is that we're 2 days into this rotation. You haven't run any keys. Make sure you're doing those on the daily, right? use the auto climb. Looks like we don't have any labels for your clearing team. Honestly, it blows my mind that you would struggle on anything in this dungeon, in Doom Tower. Because yeah, you have the Warlord and Fighty combination is golden. I can't see any reason why that team wouldn't succeed in here. Um I would not go these two. I would go Narcissus for sure, and then probably Wukong, since you don't have a seer that I can see. And then I would actually go Elva over the Rabbit, because she brings the increased speed, but she's also going to cleanse, and you're going to need that cleanse block debuffs for Torment rooms. Another thing that I'm going to say too, this is just my recommendation, is try to get away from like this leveling everybody so loosey goosey. One champion at a time has been my motto and mantra through any of my progress in Raid Shadow Legends, and it's a recommendation that I give everybody, regardless. Like, you're a good player, you're building champions the right way, speed on the boots, crit rate, crit damage, you're knowledgeable on those things, you're knowledgeable on percent main stat gear, you have a good understanding of the interactions between your champions and how they work together. I'm very, very pleased with the account as a whole. I think this is kind of holding you back a little bit. This like just get Elva completely to 60 and geared up, then get Warlord completely to 60 and geared up. We don't necessarily need to have all of these like 55, 58 half leveled champions that you want to be using on the account. That's just, again, a personal preference. It's not going to make or break your account. That's not why you're not finding success or anything like that. But this team right here seems perfect to me. You're getting cooldown resets on your big nukers. I'm picking him over Rhodos because he's an AoE nuker. Elva is your cleanser, your block deep, your block buffs, and increased speed, right? We don't have a stun in this team, which is annoying, but we have a lockout, so we can be okay with that, right? I've did most of my success in Doom Tower on the back of Armands. And so if we go over to my account, and again, this is just for comparison's sake, just so you can get an idea of it. This is the team that I'm running. Aura lead, cleanser, stun, and decreased defense, nuke. Now, you lack a decreased defense with your team that you have, and I think I looked. Lydia would be a good champion to put in here as well. I don't know if you would put her in. I don't know if Narcissus can hit hard enough to clear the waves, and put Lydia in instead of Wukong, but that's a possibility that you could do. You don't have any decent teams set up for the bosses. Okay, well, let's talk about bosses for a second. So, Doom Tower bosses. This guy's a pain in the butt, but you have Newt. You just kill him. Don't bring buffs. Don't bring any buffs. Just kill him. It sounds easy, right? But I would bring Syl. I think you had Syl. because she can heal without bringing buffs, which is handy. Even if she's only 50, you could bring her, or a protection setted Elva would be pretty good. Which, by the way, I think you need to start getting more protection gear if possible. I didn't even realize you had a Duchess this whole time. For the Magma Dragon, just bring Wixwell. That's the easiest fight in the world if you bring Wixwell. Because Wixwell just provokes him. Wixwell needs to have accuracy to provoke, but that's how you beat the Magma Dragon. The Ice Spider, Lydia, is your answer to the Ice Spider now. She blocks Revive. You're done. So bring Lydia and use whatever team you can. He does peck him. Like, you're right, but usually, in my experience, it's not impactful enough. And he has an Elva, so he can... I would bring Elva, block debuffs or block buffs and cleanse it off. And make sure you use the A2 on Eternal Dragon, because or the Griffin, sorry, on the Griffin, so that you don't use your A1 more than you need to. Hopefully you can kill him fast enough that you don't need the A1, because you do have good enemy max HP. If you don't want to bring him, does this have turn meter on it? No, so Septimus would be really good to bring for the Griffin. You get that enemy max HP damage without the turn meter reduction. I'm making sure there's nothing else in his kit. Yeah. Nether Spider. This guy is your answer to Nether Spider. You need survivability. Like, you're going to need to bring probably a little extra healing in addition to Elva or Duchess or whoever you want to bring for it. But he will strip the counterattack from the Spiderlings so that you can safely attack them and kill them. Your speeds are pretty good. Like, you're knowledgeable enough about speed, so I can't see you having a problem there. You've got a Dark Fae team. Bill, what was that Dark Fae team? No. No, you don't. This is not your Dark Fae team. So, your Dark Fae team, you want Newt because you need turn meter control against the boss. Yeah, so you need speed to make sure that you go first. You need turn meter reduction on them. Honestly, I feel like it's your same team. I don't know how squishy he is. That's the problem. So you want to bring squishy people? I didn't see her. I was looking for her. Allure is who I'm referring to. You do not bring Wukong. Whatever you do, right? Don't bring Wukong. Negative effects. Decrease turn meter. You could go Yakarl. Yakarl would be pretty good. I mean, Warlord does it, but it's not 100%, right? Because only 30% chance to deplete the turn meter. But the lockout kind of works in the same way. I like Yakarl, though, because you can freeze them. and it's unresistible, and he has turn meter reduction. Sorry, this is the freeze, and then he has turn meter stealing. So here's your strategy for Dark Fae, okay? You kill your own team. So you need to speed tune it so that your first champion to go is a stun, lockout, freeze, something. Then you kill that team, and then it's Fire Knight. You don't let Dark Fae get turns. That's why Newt is in there. Decrease her turn meter. That's why Yakarl is in there. Decrease the turn meter. Allure is a good option. We don't have her that I can see. I think Royal Guard, does he have decreased turn meter, or am I making that up? Yeah, Royal Guard would be a very good option as well, because he can decrease turn meter and does enemy max HP damage, which kills her quicker. But you want to limit the amount of turns that she gets so that you gain turns. And let me take a look at Alice's kit really quickly. Random buff duration, 15%. Oh, snap. Hey, thank you for the raid, Nacho. Hey, yeah, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Tag, you're it? All right, well, thank you. We'll be sure to, I'll be sure to pass it on and tag somebody else next. Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. Looking long-term in the future, Alice might be a good option for you because of the AoE hit here, and she has some turn meter built into her kit for Dark Fae. It's only 15%, but she's an attack. She'll probably be squishy, so it'll be easier to kill her copy. I am well. How are you doing, Nacho? Are you doing good? Make sure you got a speed boost into lockout or stun in the boss round as opener. That's why I said, yeah, he's going to need to have probably his Yakarl be his fastest champion, or if he brings Arbiter, be his second fastest. Somebody that can get boosted. Hanging in there, just a gear cleanse today and some dailies. Nice. I'm doing takeovers for my clan right now. So we're on his account taking a look at Doom Tower. He asked for a little help there. He's been struggling, so... thank you for the follow, OG Casey. Peckham, yes, Ninja A2 is good, but Ninja's A2 is resistible. And Ninja doesn't bring any other turn meter in the kit, where Yakarl brings in situationally an unresistible turn meter, but you're controlling the turn meter because it's your team. So you can manipulate that to make sure that their turn meter is high enough that it's unresistible, which gives you 100% clear rate. And he brings decreased turn meter on his A2 to help further reduce the Dark Phase turns. And decrease speed. Thank you, Nacho. Yet another reason. So that's the strategy for Dark Fae that I use and have used on the free to play account. Because I've cleared on all difficulties on the free to play. We've cleared all difficulties of Doom Tower, and it's basically on the back of Newt and Allure. I have Armands, of course, which you don't, so that's a whole different beast, but I still feel very confident. The things you want to avoid with Dark Fae is don't bring too tanky of a team. I wouldn't bring my Narcissus, right? Because you then have to kill your own Narcissus. He's going to be tougher to kill than an attack-based champion would. Gurgo is also a good mention. I don't think he had a Gurgo. But that is a great recommendation. Absolutely, yeah. What else? What other bosses am I thinking of that are hard on the Il'gynoth guy? Just kill the skeleton. That's. I feel like you should be fine on that guy. Oh, Bommel. He's got Bommel cheese. Yeah. We've got Bommel cheese. I already saw her. She had crit damage gloves on her. Where'd she go? Yeah, you've got your solution to Bommel right here. That's no problem. In fact, one thing I would do to speed it up a little bit that I do on my account, bring her, make sure you turn off all her cooldowns for this part of it, but bring her with a Wukong in the team because that'll speed it up because Wukong and her will do damage, so it's not a 10-hour thing. But yeah, you've got Bommel figured out. That's going to be real simple. I actually on my free to play, the common strategy for using Lady Annabelle is to get War Master, but I don't do that. I just use Wukong to kill the boss because why waste masteries on Lady Annabelle only for her one purpose that I use her on? Yeah, Warlord, you should be able to get Il'gynoth, the Eternal Dragon. He's the one that has the lockout mechanics and stuff. You should be able to do that with Warlord. I don't have a Warlord on either account, so I always forget about him. What's your Hydra stuff look like? I know we just reset, so you probably haven't used any keys, but with your roster, I'd really like to see you up around probably brutal or hard. So I know your gear looked very light when it came to protection and stone scan. That's not that bad. That's not bad. You probably need to level some of that up and get that onto some of your supports is what I would do. Oh, you're good on Hydra? Cool. I don't need to look. I believe you. Okay, well, I think I'm looking at my account. I think we might I will look at the presets just out of curiosity and see what teams you're running here. Yeah. That's your normal team? That surprises me a little bit. Yeah, I see where you're coming from with all of them. I like him. I feel like you're using two block buffs champions. I would split them up. Replace Ugo with no Ugo. I would have Ugo in one team and the pterodactyl in another team. So then if you do that, move Ugo to your second team then. Don't not use him. He's my favorite block buffs other than I think Wallmaster. And there was a new champion that came out that I thought was as good as Ugo. Oh, dude, those red dots are killing me, man. Yeah, bells. I got bells on both of my accounts. I don't think that he got bells. I don't think. Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have it on this account. But yeah, bells. I'm working on building for my free to play for those very reasons. You do have bells? Was he an orc? No. Oh, the frag. You have the fragments. Hold on. What's your Clan B Clan score? As your clan leader. You had you had 30,000 where I'm just kidding. I'm just giving you a hard time. I'm giving you a hard time. 300,000 is perfectly acceptable damage. I'm just trolling you. All right. Let's do you have any further questions, Svaka, that are like really pressing big issues? Because I do have others that I want to move on to next. All right, you're good. We will log off of your account here. Make sure you're using your Guardian Ring too. I just happened to stumble across that one. That's going to be a pain because of RSL helper reasons, but it is what it is. Kikutsu, are you around? No problem, Spaka. I'm happy to help. Caretaker 1, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Real quick, while I wait to line up my next takeover, to all the people that are just joining me over on Twitch, thanks to Nacho's raid, I greatly appreciate that. I am making a push over on my YouTube for 5,000 subscribers. We are at like 4175 as of this morning. So if you would be so kind as to possibly give me a subscribe over there, I would appreciate it. If not, I understand. But I am making a push for that. That is a big push for me, trying to hit 5,000. I just wanted to go ahead and mention that. Okay, he didn't respond. And those on Sammy is trying to remind everybody that those on YouTube should like the video as well, or the stream rather. I think I missed on this, but I got too busy with the free-to-play challenge. Bells in retaliation for Chimera. I don't necessarily know why the retaliation. I don't know how hard he hits with the A1. I have not yet had a chance to test him. He would be good there, I feel like, with the leech. If you don't have Lydia, really, I don't know. I don't see how you could do Chimera like high difficulties without Lydia. She's so essential. She's my focus on the free to play. If I wasn't doing the free to play challenge, she would be my big push. Hey, Josh, 3 months before you are a father. Looking forward to that. I can't wait to hear the good news, man. Riho is an option. Indeed. That is a good point. I have not yet pulled her on either my main or the free-to-play, unfortunately. So for those of you that are not familiar with me, this is my free-to-play account. This one's only a year and a half old. This turned a year old in September. And I wanted to show you my insane roster that I have on this account. So, completely free to play. He did a team with Ramatu. Yeah, that makes sense. Because you need that. I wonder if Rhonda maybe too, but I feel like you give too many trade-offs for that. Ramatu makes a lot of sense, though. Especially because I think Teox is meta in it. I've seen PJ using Teox. I think I could be wrong. I haven't really paid attention to too many other teams. I haven't watched any videos. All of my success for the main account on Chimera came from the optimizer, and then I just ran the team and it did well. Unfortunately, for this rotation, I did have to use 2 keys into Nightmare, which sucked, but I had to do that for the clan. So, you know, we make sacrifices. We are not going for the clan that's in the chat right now. We are not going for Nightmare next week. Jane, if I take over your account, I'm going to destroy all your champions. But yeah, sorry, I was saying that this account, so I pulled nice on a mythical, on a primal shard rather. Let's see, I pulled Newt. I got Odin from a champion chase tournament. I pulled on the same 10 pull. I pulled Georgid and Turvold here. I have yet to level Turvold, unfortunately, because I've been backlogged with champions like Teox. But I love showing off this account because it's so strong. So I did an account takeover for Icky, who's in the chat here, and his account is a little over 2 years old, and he had only pulled 2 Void Legendaries. I've pulled from shards 4, and he's only pulled 2. He went to Mercy on all his Voids. And I'm close to Mercy. I was trying to pull for what's her name, guys? Help me out. Who were we pulling for yesterday? My brain is fried and I can't remember who I'm trying to say. Siffy, thank you. Yes, Siffy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I still need 30 more battles. Am I out of multi-battles on my main account? Insanity. We were talking earlier in chat, for those of you that missed it, about how much I hate the 500 campaign quest. Oh, I didn't run out of multi-battles. I ran out of food. I literally leveled everybody. All the 3 stars that I put in there. Well, I'm going to have food, so let's put some epics that I will be willing to feed. Alright. That should be enough. You did pull good Legos. That's true. That's very true. Yeah, I tried pulling for Siffy yesterday, and my Mercy is now at 190. Wake up. What's up, Beastin? How you doing, man? All right. Well, let me put this in clan chat in case someone's not looking at Discord. Oh shoot. I am talking in the regular general chat, right? I'm not talking in Okay, I wanted to make sure I wasn't talking in the Vanguard chat. I wouldn't want members of the militia to be left out of this. I am willing to do takeovers for the militia. This won't always be takeovers for the clan. This was a promise that I made for the clan, by the way. Um, I'm doing takeovers for the clan because they were very patient with me while I was gone for several months moving to my new location. So this is my thank you to them for sticking with me, sticking with the clan while I was gone for about 2 months almost. So Pi is doing it, but Pi is not responding to me. Neither is Gikutsu, who both wanted takeovers. So that's the reason that I'm not getting them in, because they're not talking. So the way Takeover Thursdays will work, is that I'll do takeovers for members on Takeover Thursday. So if they're a member or a Twitch subscriber, then I'll do a takeover for them on Thursdays. Um, and I am considering offering paid takeovers too. Yeah, sure. Why not? Let me. What time is it? 1 o'clock. So I have an hour left before stream ends. So we're gonna do cookies because he's here. Uh, I am gonna use the restroom very quickly, and then we'll take over Cookie's account. And then I gotta go pick up my daughter. So, yeah, we'll do Cookie's account, and then we'll call it a day for takeovers. So I will be right back, y'all. Cookie, go ahead and send me your information, please. Uh, Leave it on and just give me the code. I can ask you for it. That's all. That's how we usually do it. Oh, shoot. Cookie Gikutsu just no. Cookie even said that their account is pretty strong. And I don't know your account, Gikutsu, but I know you've been asking for a takeover for a while. So we're gonna do Gikutsu. Yeah, we're gonna do Gikutsu. You were signed up first. You just weren't responding, and I had dead air. So it's not your here. Okay. Okay. As long as you're watching, I just wanted to make sure because that allows me. Cookie, that's you, right, Slothic? I just didn't want to accept any old friend request there. Gikutsu, do me a favor and message in the chat for the stream. Because that's the chat that I'm gonna have up while I'm doing your account takeover. So I am gonna ask you questions and give you tips and feedback. So yeah, any that way we can communicate, but then also the viewers can see, because this is very valuable to them as well, right? Because a lot of the tips and tricks that we're giving here may be, sorry, this is not a you thing, this is my, okay. First things first, we're gonna do what we always do. Oh, well, I like your roster already. You got nice. Uh, let's see. I like, you have a very balanced roster, I feel like. Let's take a look at, okay, so it looks like you haven't used your clan boss keys yet. What is your team? Okay. I do feel like that with this team that you don't need Syl. I'll take chat off when we go back and look at them again. Um so I've not been completely convinced that Cardial's healing is enough to to survive clan boss per se. Um I do like him. I would probably go with that. With instead of Syl, I would actually consider Valkyrie. What kind of damage are you doing on Ultra Nightmare? 20 to 27 million on Ultra Nightmare. 2-4. So it's not always a consistent 3 key, which at minimum we'd like a 3 key. I think the Xavier pick is fine. You've got poisons, and I think she's got is it combust in her kit? Yeah. I think that's fine. When you eventually get Mikage, that will be really good for you. I don't see a Wixwell in here, so we don't have a Wixwell team. But I would like to see more damage in the team. I don't think you need the Syl. And I think if you went with Valkyrie, she still gives you that survival ability while also giving you counterattack. So that would be the one swap that I would do. Because I don't think Syl brings enough to the table, personally. Oh, you actually no. No, not Valkyrie. So you don't have, unless Xavier has it in her kit, a decreased well, you have decreased defense, I guess, with Ninja. So maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe that's good enough if you're using Ninja's decreased defense. So yeah. Yeah, I think Valkyrie, that actually will help you keep the decreased defense up of Ninja. I'd like a weaken too, but looking at the roster, I'm not entirely sure that we have too much in the way of weaken. So, because I don't think I would necessarily build a Cleoteryx just to land weaken. I mean, maybe. Tragi is very good for Ultra Nightmare. I think that you would get more with this team. I think you'd get more out of Valkyrie. The one thing you have to watch out for if you're doing Taragi and Xavier is that Xavier is landing a lot of poisons. And so is Taragi. You're going to not be able to place any other buffs. So you kind of want to be careful about that, right? But with Valkyrie, she's going to increase the damage of everybody with the counterattack mechanic, give you a really big shield. If you build her, you know, with a good bit of defense. And your Xavier is going to land more poisons. Your Ninja will land more A1s, right? So I would say a leech in the case of Syl. I'm going more shields instead of healing for now, because I didn't see any like mind-blowing leeches here other than maybe Ugo. You could consider the bunny too. Like, it's actually, the bunny is a really good consideration. The increased speed would be valuable. I didn't see an increased speed in your team. And then you would get the leech, and that would be your healing in the fight. We'll go back and look if he had a Demitha. We could look at an unkillable team. I like going for killable teams these days. I don't know how hard Bells hits, but he's a possibility too. No Demitha. Yeah, I didn't see anybody for any unkillable teams at all on the roster, so I don't think we go that direction. I think killable team, but we try to go with a big shield behind Valkyrie and get extra A1s out of Ninja and Xavier. And then, of course, we're also getting ally attack with Cardial. He's the cleansing and block debuffing as well. What's up, Kevin? Razzlevarg is a possibility, but I really feel like the safer bet with his gear and builds that he has is Valkyrie for now, because his builds are kind of not great. So let's talk about your builds and why my face changed when I opened up your account. So Nice is a nuker. Now, I don't know what you're trying to use him for. I don't know if you're trying to use him as a provoker or something, but first of all, you don't need accuracy on him. Unresistible stun, and he's going to be over that HP because he's very good at healing himself. So you don't need accuracy on Nice. And you have attack gloves on him. There's only, look, this is my opinion, and I want to be clear about this because a lot of people may disagree with me. There's only one type of champion that you want attack percent gloves on, and that is bomb champions whose bombs are based on their attack. That's it. So for nukers, you want crit damage gloves. If possible, if you can't swing it, crit rate gloves, but never attack gloves. Furthermore, his damage scales higher off of HP than it does attack. And his biggest hitting form is the second form here. This damage is based on HP. So I'm going to show you real quick. I'm going to swap over. We're on my account now because I'm going to show you. Let me see if I can just do regular arena. I want to show you in live arena what he can do, but I don't know that I'll be able to, like, they might ban him, and I don't want to take too much of your time. I would have block revived there, but I don't think it's going to matter. The only reason he's not killing the UDK is affinity. But he's my main nuker on this account. And I'll show you the build that I have on him. But he hits really, really hard. So I have him in a lethal set. I just put him in that. You may not have that. That's fine. But 84k HP, 4,500 attack, 226 speed, 100% crit rate, and 250% crit damage. Those are the big important numbers. So if we go back over to your account here, so this is your account. You don't have him crit capped. He needs to at least be that. And much lower HP. So I would run an HP percent chest. You're running defense percent. The only thing he gains out of that is survivability. Again, I think you were using him as a support. He is not a support. He is a nuker. If you want to use him as a provoker, you still can, but he doesn't need any accuracy as long as you keep his HP up, which you're going to against Hydra, so he can still be your provoker in that regard. So he is not a support champion. In fact, you even built him with Helm Smasher, so you weren't even building him as a support champion anyways. So keep that in mind. Again, Mezimel, also a nuker, not crit capped, not crit rate capped, not crit anything. I was just demonstrating to him the nuking power of Nice. What I wanted to show him was a live arena fight, but if they ban Nice, then it doesn't mean anything. But I wanted to showcase the fact that if I lose, let me see if I can find a faster team then, if you really want to nitpick that. I want to find a team that can kill me so that Nice can do his things, but what's up, Pi? Sorry, Pi. I think you're just a little bit too late. I don't think we're going to have time. I'll fix that. Here, I'll take chat down. There you go, guys. All right. So we're back on his account here. So now you guys can see, like, this isn't good, right? I just picked the first team that was available just to demonstrate. I cleared everybody else that wasn't the affinity. It's fine. The message is sent. He's a nuker, not a support. I don't think we need to nitpick my approach here, but anyways. So again, same thing. Like, it's very weird. Like, you're doing these things. Like, you clearly know that she's a nuker, but you're not crit capping her. And I would really like to see them be crit capped. And you understand it because you have Ninja crit capped, right? So I know that you've got an idea of what you kind of should be doing. I think it's just the making sure that you're doing it across all of them. Ooh. That's not a trend, is it? Is that a one-off? Okay. I recommend staying away from flat stat anything in the bottom three. So usually for accounts, when I do takeovers for accounts that are maybe less experienced players or kind of newer players, I usually set out a couple of rules for them. So one of them is going to be only speed boots on your account. Now, can you find success with attack percent boots and defense percent boots in the future? You absolutely, and HP percent boots, yes, you can. There is a use for them when your gear and your experience and your support is high enough. Then you can start using those attack percent boots, HP percent boots, defense percent boots. But for the majority, what I would like to see is speed boots on your account, because your ninja is quite slow, and I thought maybe that was just not having great gear, but he's in attack percent boots. We take those attack percent boots and we put them in speed boots, and all of a sudden, you know, we're looking at 200 speed, and we're going to be probably, in my opinion, far more successful with your damage output from Ninja. So if we look over at my account again, you'll see I've got speed boots on every single champion. This is my free-to-play account, so this account is only a year and a half old. Speed on literally everybody. Obviously Arbiter, right? So now be mindful that Rathalos's gear, I did put him in attack percent, but that's because he's in a very specific team. And like I said, at a certain point, you can do that. He's in a very specific team and has a very specific function. So we're not going to go down that rabbit hole, but I just want you to understand that speed boots is what I would like for you to do on your account. But definitely, I'm not a fan of flat stats on the bottom 3 pieces. You seem to be good about that here, right? We've got percentage on pretty much everybody in the chest, so very happy to see that. But I would go speed boots would be one of my recommendations. I do like that I see crit damage on the gloves, and you're still managing to get that crit rate for the rest of the kit and hit that 100%. So you have that good mindset there. So I think we're doing good in that regard. I would like to see your Warlord be built. Now, keep in mind, Warlord, not a nuker. You're going to want him to have high speed and high accuracy, but he's going to be able to really carry you in arena because he can lock out the enemy team. What is your Arbiter's speed? Chat, feel free to let me know your opinion on what I'm about to say, because I am not 100% sure, but what I would say is build your Arbiter as fast as you can. The supersonic set is good. However, this is the way my mind is processing what I would use Arbiter for is to go first. And this is more of a cut-in set. Am I wrong about that, guys? Do you think that yeah, obviously his Arbiter is slow, but do you think that if he had 6 pieces of speed that might, and was faster, that it would be better than supersonic? Because in my mind, supersonic is a way to cut in for teams that are a little bit faster. Like I would put supersonic on like an Armands or something. Yeah. So I would say while supersonic is a great set, I don't know that it's right for the Arbiter. That might be better if you can get better accuracy on the pieces. That might be better for Warlord maybe. But for me, I would put my Arbiter in speed or protection or something that's going to get me a much higher speed level. So while our accounts are not the same to compare yet again, because it's just easier for me to use visual aids, this is my free-to-play Arbiter build. And she's 325 speed. And so the general way this team works is that Arbiter goes first, and then she gives turn meter to my team so that they then get to go before the enemy team. That's a go first team, right? So I would go more that direction than I would supersonic. Only speed. That's another thing that Beaston mentioned here in the chat, that speed is the priority. So if you don't have the perfect main stat pieces, but they're faster, that's okay to use those, right? Speed is the goal on Arbiter, at least for most people and how they use their Arbiter. So real quick, because I saw you just commented and said, I will dragon for speed then. I want to be clear that I'm going to give you a lot of tips today, and we're going to discuss a lot of different things. What I don't want you to do is to go in and completely decimate your account, move your gear all around, do all these things. Because what usually happens there is that it becomes a disjointed mess, and then it's harder to recover. I've seen that happen before. My recommendation would be to pick a thing that we've talked about today and focus on that, and then pick another thing and focus on that, and another thing and focus on that. So, yeah, Matt made a great suggestion. He put it in the chat over on YouTube that filter for gear for speed, find your fastest pieces and put them on her. Try to find speed set pieces because you'll usually gain more speed from those when you do that. And we do have, I just wanted to make sure that we had Lore of Steel. Let's see. Okay, so here's another situation, right? You're prioritizing sets too much. So, He-Man, his damage is based on attack and HP. And attack is the first stat, so it's more so on the attack, I believe. I believe that's how that works. So, an accuracy chest plate does not serve him at all. He literally does not apply any debuffs. And while you do complete the set, look at how low his attack is. 3,600 attack. So I would like to see more around 6,000 attack. Now, this is my Thor. Somewhere in that range, right? This is my kind of my best build on my free-to-play. So 221 speed, full crit rate, 276% crit damage. I use Nice more, but I didn't want to, Nice is an HP-based nuker, so that's why it would be a little bit different. But, yeah, I would make sure that I like the build except for the chest piece. You've managed to get enough crit rate and crit damage, but I'd like this to be an attack percent chest. And then likewise with the banner here. Do we have an attack banner? You have 2 attack banners. This is a much better banner right here. So this is an attack banner with speed and attack percent. So if you rolled into this and you got either one or both, you're going to be sitting better with your roster, with your performance out of him. Let's see. Barrel pinpoint. Let's see. Protection. Okay. You're keeping some protection in Stone Skin. Let's take a look. Okay. So people, I want to be clear about this, and I'm being a little hypersensitive. Right now, because I'm a little anxious, I guess. People have differing opinions on this. I am not a fan of flat stat bottom 3 pieces. All of this is trash. So what I did is I selected the bottom 3 pieces and I put flat HP, flat attack, flat defense. All of this can be sold and should not be leveled, should not be built, should not. And that's my opinion. I'm going to be clear. This is my opinion. But a few exceptions that I would make, if it's a piece that's extraordinarily rare, would be re-rolling. So I keep my feral pieces that are flat stat to chaos or them and see if they roll percent stats, because feral gear is very hard to get. Like, very hard to get. Because we have to win Siege. Now, we've been very lucky, and we have a chance to get mythical stuff from Siege this rotation, which will be very good. But so that stuff you could probably keep. Merciless is farmable. It takes longer to get than a dungeon, but it is farmable. I don't know that I would re-roll that stuff with Chaos or likewise with Supersonic. These sets, the Defiant, the Instincts, I feel like those sets are good, but I don't know that I would keep flat stat. I wouldn't re-roll those pieces. I would save it for Feral, Merciless, or Lethal that I would try to re-roll. Protection and Stone Skin, you get enough of that. At least you will as you develop your Hydra a little bit further. I would say Protection. That's a good point that I just saw Togi make in chat. Things like Protection, Speed, Feral, Pinpoint, and other speed-related sets, flat stats, if they have speed on them, roll them and see if you get anything, and if not, then sell them. But yeah, that's a great point. I tend to Chaos or the Feral. Now, I will also say for some of you guys, I personally, even for Protection and Stone Skin and Merciless sets, I actually and Supersonic, I tend to sell them because I don't have the room in my inventory. So I'm a little more greedy when it comes to my set choices and stuff. But even Pinpoint, I actually just got rid of all my blue Pinpoint because I needed room on my main and free to play. So keep that in mind. Some of it you could Chaos Ore. Some of it you may keep for speed reasons, which is fine. Protection is probably one of the best possibilities for that. Okay. What are we doing? So I know you're gold 5 in Arena because you have to be, but you're kind of bouncing around there. So what do you usually run? So yeah, see, you're running... He's not built. Who is your most developed nuker right now? Because I think your Wukong is 50. Yeah. I think Nice is going to be the easiest and like most successful champion that you're going to have. So let me give you kind of a rundown for a team and what the team does, okay? So it's going to be easier. I thought about doing it over on your account. It's going to be easier if we do it over here. So I have Odin as my lead, but you don't have Odin, so let's take Odin out, right? Arbiter as the lead. 30% speed aura in battles. Now, this doesn't work in Siege, so keep that in mind, okay? We need to come up with a different team for Siege, but speed in all battles. You have her, use her, build it, go first. So then what? What does Arbiter do? She makes you go faster by giving the whole team turn meter. So I'm going to over explain this, okay? So turn meter by 30% and increase attack. So you want to put her with an attack-based nuker most of the time, if you can help it. If possible, okay? So we've increased the attack of our team. Then the next step would be to decrease the defense and preferably weaken, if possible, of the enemy team. So for me, I use Odin, but we'll take him off the table and we can just go with a Deacon. You could go with Ugo. AoE decreased defense. So we'll put Deacon in there for now. I forget who I was using after I took Deacon out. I may have been using Deacon until I got Odin, to be honest. By then, next recommendation for you would be your Warlord, who in essence does what Armand's does for me. And I say in essence because Armand's stuns and removes turn meter. He weakens the enemy team, right? I increased my damage, I decreased their defense, and I tried to control or mitigate their functionality in some way. Whether it's a stun, a freeze, a lockout, like in the case of Warlord, something of that nature to make it so that even if they get to go, they are much weaker when they go into you, right? If for whatever reason you are unable to defeat them. Now, the other option, if you have weaker nukers and you can't one-shot everybody and you're underperforming and you're not happy with what your damage is, then you could run 2 nukers. But I would go with your lockout champion, right? Your control champion. In your case, Warlord, because he's just so damn good. And then I would build... The last one would be your nuker in an ignore defense set, preferably. If you're not in an ignore defense set, you may struggle to get the damage requirements. I was unable to run my Sun Wukong as my solo nuker until I put him in Savage on my free-to-play. And then he became my primary nuker. Why is Nice such a good nuker? So if we look at his kit, again, HP based, which is very handy, very nice. No pun intended there. He does have a block revive on the A1. This A2 hits pretty hard. On his alternate form, this AoE hits really hard and has a chance to provoke, which is pretty high chance. He also will put this on himself. He cleanses himself. Puts a ton of continuous heals on himself, 1 for each one of them, and a counterattack and a block damage, and they are protected. So he's very hard to kill, and he heals himself on the A1 and fills his turn meter. I wanted to demonstrate this to you in an arena battle over here, but I didn't quite get the opportunity, but because it's kind of hard to set up the fail part. This is like a backup plan, essentially. And I think he's going to be easier for you to build than a more traditional attack-based nuker. Now, if you wanted to go, if we looked at your roster and your nukers, Mezimel is a great nuker. I love her. I think she's really good right now because this is a 2x hitter with a block revive, and it ignores Stone Skin. So I would build both of them, but keep in mind she is an attack-based nuker, so you want to build her for attack. 100% crit rate, as much crit damage as you can manage while still keeping that crit rate, and a high amount of speed, preferably in the 200 to 250 kind of range is what I would recommend. But I don't know that you can hit that, so it's okay with your account if you're a little bit slower. I still have champions on my free-to-play that are in like the 170s, 180s. Like, it's not great, but, you know, you got to work with what you have on your account. Sorry, I'm trying to stay focused. I don't know if there was like offense intended or what, but it just, somebody in the chat really rubbed me the wrong way earlier, and it like got under my skin, and I'm not sure if it was like intended or what, but I'm having a hard time maintaining my focus. So I apologize for the little delay there. So but I think if you focus on your mythicals, I think you're going to find yourself having some good success there. Because they are strong. They hit hard, they work well. A couple of things about what you're doing with your gear. My guess is that you ran out of silver while you were trying to level these up. But 4, 8, 12, and 16. So take a piece to 12. And then I would not upgrade it again until I take it to 16. Why are these the very essential stopping points? So when you roll a piece of gear, if it's a legendary piece, every 4 levels, you get a bonus down here. If it's a rare piece, at 4 and 8, you get one down here. And then an epic piece, it's 4, 8, and 12. Okay? That's the rolls down here are what you're looking for when you level up gear. Yes, if you go to 15, you get more defense, but it's flat defense. There's not a lot of value there. You went from a very small value to a continued small value. Down here is what you're looking for. So this is kind of wasted silver in a way, right? You want to make sure you're saving that silver to level up to go from 12 to 16 is what you're looking to get. And there's a big jump between that. So if we look at these boots, right? If I take it to 15, I go up to 35. But when this goes up to 6, the max is 45, right? Like that's a big, big jump when you get up to the max. So you want to make sure that you're capitalizing on those. I think a better example might be on crit rate. I wonder if you have any crit rate gloves or crit damage even that are kind of in the 12 to somewhat leveled range. Yeah, here we go. So 39% crit rate, right? At 12. But when you go to 16, you go to 60, right? So you're at 40 right now. You're a 20% jump from 12 to 16. But for the first 12, it was only 39%. So taking gear to 16 is a big deal. You get a big stat boost for it. So you want to make sure. I've never heard about that Propus. I've actually never heard about that. That's the first time I've heard anybody mention that. I did not know that was a strategy, actually. So Propus mentioned that maybe it's pre-rolled for an artifact event. No disrespect to Svaka, but I don't think that's what he was doing. But I've never heard that strategy. That's a good strategy. Hey, what's going on, Zen? How you doing? I was hoping to get you in for a takeover today, but we kind of ran out of time. This is the last takeover, unfortunately, but maybe we can try and schedule something for another day. Okay. So I've been doing a lot of talking, and I'm trying to... the other thing, how you spend your shards is up to you, but mildly alarming that you have none, including your primals. Now, look, who am I to say anything? You have 2 mythicals. I mean, that's 2 mythicals more than a lot of people have in the clan. So, I can't I can't fully insult your shard pulling strategy. But I personally wait until 2x's. Hold up. I'm curious. You don't look like you're a spender. Like, these aren't $100 offers or anything. Yeah. I would save your shards a little bit more. What fusions? So you don't have any fusions, do you? Yeah, so we haven't gone... You haven't gone for any fusions. I would start saving your resources. This is your account. You can play how you want. Like, you know, I'm not saying one way or the other. What'd you get? Oh, okay. Yeah. We'll talk about this in a second. So, like, you can pull shards when you want. That's fine. I'm not going to, you know, people are to do what they want. But if you are interested in getting fusion champions, if you are interested in that thing, I would save shards. And keep in mind that we're likely going to have, I hope, a very good fusion in February. I would like to see the fusion be something really strong. Hopefully another Ancora Narcissus type level play champion. But let's talk clan v clan here. So your point contribution was 66,000. So I want to be completely clear, and this is going to be blunt, but I'm not trying to be mean. You are at a disadvantage. Well, actually, this week you got very lucky. You're at a disadvantage being in our clan. And the reason I say that is because our clan, we only try during personal rewards. So the next clan versus clan, we will be ranked 6. Theoretically. We might actually not be. But we'll probably be ranked 6. But we're not going to put up points. We're probably only going to do like 1 million points or so. So you're only going to get this many rewards in the next CVC. Okay? Maybe this one. The reason that's significant is we're going for personal rewards. So my account in this, I get more. I get voids and ancients. I get more than if I do tier 6 clan rewards. So what that means is that you're not going to get these rewards, and then when personal rewards comes around, you're not up here getting these rewards either. So keep in mind, I'm not saying I'm going to kick you or anything. I'm saying that you are disadvantaged by being in our clan because you're getting far less rewards from clan versus clan than somebody of your level would be getting. Like my free-to-play did 300,000, so my personal rewards was this. I think I'm tier 5. Oh, I'm actually only tier 3. So yeah, I only got one void, but I'm not saying this isn't like a message for you to increase your Clan B clan score. The reality is I don't care what your Clan B clan score is, because I know that we're going to hit, because we don't try during regular Clan B clan and we try during personal rewards. We're gaming the system so that we go in against a weaker team and we crush them in personal rewards. So just, being straight with you, but that's disadvantage to you because you're not a saver. Like I have 5,000 gems. I have 38 ancient shards, 2 voids, 4 primals, and 5 sacreds, right? Furthermore, if we go back to your account again and talk about Mikage fusion, you currently don't have Fire Gun Isabel. She's a champion that you need for Mikage. If you had 40 ancient shards, I have 39. You could be one step closer to Mikage, right? Just some things to think about. Just some tips. Do you have any questions for me? Is there anything? We have about 8 minutes now. Do you have any questions for me? Do you have anything specific that you want to target, that you want to work on? Okay. So my priorities, if I were you, is my clan boss team. And I truly feel like for Ultra Nightmare, and again, this is my personal feeling, there are, well, wait, hold on. Okay, it's Candy Frond. Okay. I was thinking he had Helicath for a second. And I was like, okay. We'll go back to Demon Lord. Sorry, guys. Man. I need to get something off my chest, so we're going to finish this up pretty quickly here. This is where I would start. You're kind of avoiding healing with this team, but what you're gaining... So, increase accuracy and you're gaining increased defense. Turn meter, fill, and veil. And increase attack, right? So I like all the buffs he's bringing. Perfect Veil reduces damage, by the way. I think both of them do, but I know Perfect Veil does. And so I like what he's bringing in terms of support for your team. Likewise, Cardio is bringing ally attack, support, cleansing, and a little bit of healing. I've found that this doesn't heal that great, but big shields are coming from your Valkyrie. So you can build her a couple of different ways. You could build her for damage, but you just want to make sure that you're getting that defense high. Defense on the banner. Because I'm building her for PvE and not PvP, she does have an accuracy requirement for her passive. However, I'm not concerned with that for Clan Boss. I would build her in a defense banner. You could build her for damage. I'd be okay with her as a crit rate champion, right? Get a little extra damage out of her, but she's not going to be nuking. She's not a big hitter, right? And my theory here is basically if you get her fast enough and you keep that shield up, that's going to act as your support. That is going to help you survive the fight, essentially. Eventually, you know, you'll die, right? You don't need to be topped off at 100 HP the whole fight, but try it, see if it works. If not, then maybe bring in another healer, but I think she's going to give you that support and give you that survivability. Leech would be very, very nice to have. I just don't think we have the luxury of bringing it in with this team, because you don't have ally protect, you don't have any way to keep people alive. Healing can keep you alive until turn X, and then he does way more damage than you can survive. So that's why I'm leaning towards Valkyrie. This is a team that I used to use. I used a very tanky team back in the day that was like Valkyrie, UDK, Nethril for poisons, which is what Xavier does for you. Pythion for healing, cleansing, and support. That's kind of what Cardial does for you. And then an ally attacker was my fifth one, which was Longbeard. But in your case, you have that built into your Cardial, so then you just bring another damage, which would be Ninja. Or I brought Mishinaki too in that team, so maybe I'm mixing things around a little bit. But regardless, that is kind of where I'm coming from as far as what I would do. Speed boots on Ninja is going to get him taking more turns between the clan boss's turn. So you're going to do more damage overall, even if you lose a big chunk of your attack percentage. So keep that in mind as well. And you have her crit capped. So Xavier's damage is based on attack. So I would go attack percent chest and accuracy on the banner. Try to find pieces that have accuracy in the substats. Maybe throw a perception set on her or something just to get her accuracy up a little higher. But I don't think you need it to be that high for clan boss. There's a tool you can use to find that. My first 1-key Ultra Nightmare was a Valk team. Same with me. Yeah. I just got UDK, trying to figure out where I should use him. I like him personally in Arena, in Stone Skin. But I did use him a long time ago as my lead in a clan boss team that was very tanky and took a lot of turns. So my team was UDK, Mishinaki, Nethril, Pythion, and then Longbeard, and then I replaced Longbeard with Valkyrie, I think. I swapped them back and forth to try and get survivability and big shields. But, okay, we're going to log off of Gikutsu's account. I'm going to do clan-only account takeovers once a month. This is the one for the month of January. We will do another one on a takeover Thursday in February. So for those clan members that were not able to be a part of it today, next month, I'll make a post in the clan chat, and we will get that scheduled. I will do follow-up ones. I will do new account ones. It does not matter. The main goal is to try and help the clan progress and get more developed, because we do have some players that are a little bit behind, and we still have players in the militia that would like to come up. So we definitely want to make sure we're doing what we can to help them. And Zen, I really wanted to do one for you today, because I know that, I don't know if you're still in the militia, but I know that you are interested in eventually getting up to the main clan. So we will get that scheduled. We can do one in the coming weeks. I don't think next week, but maybe the Thursday after that. We can figure that out. Icky, are you around? Jane, are you around? Like, I need, because I gotta leave here in about 15-20 minutes. I know you guys didn't see the Twitch chat. I don't know. This kind of stuff makes me think that I can't be a content creator. Cuz that's always the answer when I get like too sensitive to a comment that somebody said, but like no, I'm in my head here. I'm just in my head. That's all it is. Maybe I just move on. It wasn't rude. That's the thing. Like, here's the problem. Like, what they said, I think they were trying to be helpful, but it's text chat and you can't always read it the way that it was intended. Well, I can, but I won't do that, Josh, because at some point, if this doesn't work out, I'd like to get my security clearance back. But the mods, like I said, no one said anything rude. I think they were trying to help, and that's like, I'm trying to convince myself of that, but it really like irked me. But sometimes I need that too, and it makes me a better content creator. Right? Because then it keeps me honest. Yeah, this was like, it was like an hour ago. I don't think they're still here. And like, I don't want to repeat it. Like, I'm not trying to be dramatic. They're a regular viewer. Like, basically when I showed off my, basically when I showed off my team, I was trying to show him what Nice can do. And I killed their team, and then we basically just A1'd the UDK down, and they said that didn't teach anybody anything. And they're right. It just felt aggressive, like unnecessarily so. But that's the kind of stuff that makes me be like, you know, if I can't handle a little comment like that, should I really be a content creator? If you want a green name, you just gotta, it's only $5. I know, I'm trying not to, but like the whole time I'm talking to Jikutsu, that's all that was in the back of my head. And like every viewer really matters to me. So there's like two sides to this. One, I feel bad that I was short with them, and I feel bad that I am not performing to the level that a viewer wanted me to perform to. Because every viewer matters for me, right? Like I'm not joking. Just let it go. You're gonna get comments that bother you sometimes. It's like your collabs. It was hard at first, but got easier. That's a good point. This is why I asked for you and Jane. Oh, I feel so gross. I just asked Jane for advice. Can I uninstall Life? Ugh. I feel dirty. It's so funny. Like, I'll be upset at this guy's comment trying to make me a better content creator, and then Jane will be like, "Shut up, nerd." And I'm like, "Oh, that's fine." All right. Cool. I'm over it now. I just needed to like, I don't, yeah. Because like I said, if they weren't a regular, if they were just some random dude that showed up, cool. But like they're a regular, they probably came over from the raid, so that makes me feel even worse. That cleanse the chat debuff. There you go. There you go. Exactly. Text very easily lose context. Thank you guys. Thank you. It's sometimes like I talk about this a lot, and I try not to do it too much, but I do struggle a lot with mental health, and some of the worst situations for me to be in when I'm in life, when you are someone who struggles with mental health, is to be unemployed and broke. So it's really difficult right now, but I have faith in myself. I have faith in you guys, because of your comments and the support that you guys give, that this is what I should be doing. And by the way, when I say that I'm broke, that doesn't mean that my family's broke. I'm saying that I don't have my own money right now. But my wife is amazing. We spoke about her today earlier in the video, or in the stream, and she's been supportive of me being home. Pi says, if you're ever feeling down, just think it could be worse. You could be Jane. Don't use the word seriously, Jane. We love you. Yeah, I'm shaking it off. It's no big deal. We're over it. But I do appreciate you guys supporting me and reminding me of that. Let's do something, because I got raided, and that was so nice of Nacho to do. Shout out to Nacho. I should have shouted him out earlier. Let me do that right now since I'm over on my Twitch. Is it Nacho Plays? I think it is. Yeah. Head on over to my Nope, helps if I spell. Head on over to my Twitch, guys. And the reason I want you to do that is because we're going to raid somebody over on Twitch. And so I want to make sure that we're giving people as much support as we can, the same way that they're giving me support over on Twitch, because that kind of support is what's going to help me keep the channel going, do this full time, making the content that I'm making, right? So head on over there, and we'll go ahead and do a raid here. So who do we want to raid? It's mostly non-English speaking channels. Is this? Let me see. No, probably not that one. Okay. All right, we're gonna raid Soul Saint because they're live, and I've raided them before, or I think they may have raided me before. So All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and start this raid here. Thank you all so much for watching. I appreciate everything that you guys do for me. I really do. Thank you for talking me through that little mental health fiasco. And I will see you all tomorrow again at 10 a.m. Mountain Time. And we're going to kick it off in 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go.